To acquaint you with the program today, I'd like to merely say a few words about UMAS and the purpose of this symposium. For those of you that may have not been here in 1848 when our forefathers gave the official welcome to the Anglo-American community, we have since, we the members of the Mexican community throughout the Southwest, recognized that we are not included in what is known as American society merely because we, as a people that were taken by annexation, we who were vanquished on the field of battle, so to speak, those of us who lost our lands because we refused to give up our heritage, our identity, our language, our religion, our customs, and our traditions, were persecuted in a merciless, barbarous way. Throughout the Southwest, the Mexican people were driven into a position of inferiority, shamed, ridiculed, killed, maimed, wounded. In time, they were hanged too, weren't they? In time, the Mexican community was dispersed, was lost. Years later, Mexican-American young men who were called out of bondage to go and fight for this country, on return, realized that their people had not really, as a matter of fact, had not even begun to be considered American citizens in spite of all that they were being asked to do. In spite of the fact that these were the people who made the Southwest, who built it, who settled it, who populated, and made it not, my friends, into the wild, woolly West, but in many areas, such as Central California and Southern California, a verdant garden. These people were the slaves. They were the niggers of the Southwest. Now the Mexican American, after years and years of suffrage, after years of peonage, is beginning to realize that it has a place in this society. And whether this place will be given to us, whether we'll earn it or whether we'll take it, there's not a doubt in anyone's mind. The Mexican American has been quiet, has been passive, has been gentle, only because he has been waiting the time when leaders would emerge. Not one leader, not a caudillo or a demagogue, but leaders. Leaders that can unite and rally their people. The mere fact that we have so many organizations here today does not mean that we're a fragmented, divided community. It means that there are Mexican Americans throughout the Southwest who are no longer ashamed to be called Mexicans. In fact, they are just falling apart with enthusiasm to show the world que somos Chicanos, and we're proud of it. We are not a divided, fragmented community. We are united. And the mere fact that there are so many of you today from so many different organizations means that there is a federation of Mexican-American people who are willing to work together, play together, maintain, build, and create, and build upon those traditions which were first brought forth here by our fathers, the original forefathers of the Southwest. We are going to work together, fight together, and if need be, die together to get our rights. The purpose of this symposium today is to show not only the community here in Westwood, at UCLA, the community in Southern California, but the community throughout our nation and throughout the world, that the Mexican American people are on the move. They are united. They are determined. And from here on, we are resolute that no longer will the chismes, the pleitos, the envidias, The petty jealousies continue to divide our community, but now we are united in a cause. We want to go from here today being able to stand together and shout, "Viva la causa, viva la raza, viva nuestra gente!" We do not go about saying we will do this and we will do that. But know that the Mexican American does not make idle threats. When he determines that he will take, work for, or get that which is coming to him, you will know without having to have the preliminaries told to you beforehand. The Mexican people are part of this community. They founded it. They gave the very names of the Southwest that it has today. The city of Los Angeles, the cities, states of Colorado, California, Texas, Nevada, Arizona. This is our land. And we pledge on our lives, on our honor, that it will continue to be our land, and we will continue to be the forces that bring about its productivity, that bring about its establishment, and that will continue to grow with the Southwest. We are here to stay. Thank you very much. At this time, if I may, let me explain to you the format of our program for this morning and this afternoon. First off on our list of speakers will be Dr. Guzman, who we all know now to be the individual who has brought to academic light our problems, has in a sense finally documented that which we have known, that which we have lived, that which we have endured. Dr. Guzman will be our first speaker, followed by that very dynamic and wonderful, beloved Corky Gonzalez. And a gentleman who needs no introduction, El Tigre, Reyes Tijerina. And one of our more elder statesmen, Mr. Bert Corona, president of the Mexican American Political Association in California. Following our speakers this morning, and each one will be approximately 35 minutes in duration, perhaps more. It all depends how they get carried away. You know the raza, you know, once we get turned on, we go. So anyway, upon the termination of our four speakers this morning and this afternoon, there will then be a 20-minute question and answer period, at which time you may direct questions from the floor. As you can see to the left and to the right, there are microphones to which you can step forward and ask any questions that you would care to address to our gentleman who will be standing before you. At the end of the 20-minute question and answer period, there will then be a social coffee hour, at which time you are all cordially invited. You know, bring your own pan de dulce. No, I'm just kidding. Which will be directly to the right or adjacent to this area. As you step out, there is the men's lounge and around the staircase, and there are plenty of seats, and I hope there will be plenty of coffee for all of us so that we can sit together and converse and find out what's happening within our own groups. So you're more than cordially invited to this. At this time, I would like to present a gentleman that many of you may have not met, but I'm sure have read his publication, our publication, Mr. Elicer Risco from La Raza, El Barrio Publications here in Los Angeles. Risco?
There is a story going on in Texas. It's being spread all over that has a lot to do with the question that we're going to be dealing with here this afternoon. The president of Mexico has been to visit the LBJ ranch several times. They have had barbecue together. And there is a story that on one occasion, President Johnson called Presidente Díaz Ordaz aside and was telling him in a worried way how concerned he was about the problems of the Mexican American in the Southwest, and asked him something about how to deal with the problems of the Mexican American. And Presidente Ordaz, in a very diplomatic way, said, well, we are Americans because we live in America, America from the North Pole to the South Pole. We're Mexicans for many reasons. So I guess that we're Mexican Americans, but I don't think, when you say how to deal with the problem of the Mexican American, I don't think that the Mexican American has that problem. That is your problem, LBJ's problem. This afternoon, the audience is more than fortunate because, with the exception of Cesar Chavez, who was supposed to be here, but he's entangled in a day-to-day fight to keep out of jail and to keep the union alive, because there are some thousands of charges against the union for violating injunctions like picketing and shouting "Huelga" in the fields and doing all kinds of things that legally you are not supposed to do. And he wasn't able to be here. But with the exception of Cesar Chavez, you are going to see and hear an exchange of views by some of the people who are more involved in the whole Mexican-American movement. Some of them you know, some of them maybe it's the first time you see them or hear them. Now the first one is going to be a professor of here at UCLA and also at Cal State. He has a long history of involvement since he came from Mexico when he was a small chicanito. And some of that involves organizing. Some of it involves doing what I'm doing now, being the editor of a newspaper in the East Side. He advised me against doing it myself. I went ahead and did it. And also, for the last few years, he has been associated, and his name has been well known throughout the nation for being one of the few people who are heavily involved in the task of bringing a new academic or intellectual analysis of the whole problem of the Mexican American in the Southwest. It's not the problem, but let's say he has been involved in the analysis of what is called in sociology the institutionality of the Mexican American in the U.S. Mexican American intellectuals and academics have pointed out that in the last 50 years, academics, either sociology or anthropology or psychology and so forth, haven't had a single new idea about the Mexican American. If you read any book written a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, academics, people with PhDs and 50 years of experience in doing research are spouting the same cliches, the same stereotypes, the same stale phrases that they were using 50 years ago. Fatalism, traditionalism, can't get together, hung up about authority, all kinds of cliches about the way that Mexican Americans are to or do behave. That before they go out they need chaperones, that, you know what I'm talking about. Well, this is what academics have been doing for the last 50 years. Now all these people have been, through school, they get diplomas, they get appointments to teach in universities, colleges, and high schools. They keep collecting salaries for doing this. maybe we ought to ask them, to return some of those salaries back sometime. But the thing is that for the last 50 years, they haven't had any new ideas. And here at UCLA, in the Mexican American Study Project, some of the analysis of the demographic facts about the Mexican American, the distribution of the population, the actual mobility, facts about immigration movements, facts about educational achievement, facts about housing, facts about health, and all of the other available data for information on building up a real comprehension of the Mexican American has been done. And some of them already have some impact in the movement. The first demonstrations by Mexican Americans against the war in Vietnam were sparked by the report that even though 10% of the population only in the Southwest was Mexican American, over 20% of the casualties in Vietnam from this area were Mexican Americans. Now, the report didn't go into analyzing the reasons why. It only hinted at them. But immediately, some young Chicanos in several areas have begun saying, why? Why is it that in a place in which we are 50% of the population in a county, 90% of the draftees are Mexican American? Who gets the deferments? Somebody else. When somebody is assigned to hazardous duty, who gets assigned to it? When somebody gets promoted, who gets it? When somebody goes into officer training, who gets it? And so forth. Many people have begun asking questions about some of these facts and about many other facts, and all of this had to do with the work of Professor Guzman and many other people at the UCLA Mexican American Study Project. And he has all the qualifications to be recognized as one of the experts, plus the one that comes from experience, because as I said, he has been involved in the movement for years. So now, without much more to say about Professor Guzman, because what he has to say is more important than what I have to say about him, Professor Guzman.
Risco, thank you. Thank you very much. I didn't recognize the person you were introducing. My talk today is partisan. I'd like to speak with you as a Mexican. And this afternoon, I understand that we will have an opportunity to ask questions of all of us that are on the panel. At that time, I would like to share with you the findings of a special report that a group of us did for David Cargo, the governor of New Mexico. And two of my research assistants, associates, were up in northern New Mexico at the time that the difficulties took place. And that I would be very delighted, very happy to share with you this afternoon. So for now, I'd like to read some other remarks that I have that as I said before, are perhaps a little more partisan. For years, Marxist analysts have claimed that bourgeois government was merely the iron fist of injustice encased in the velvet glove of liberal rhetoric. Modern middle-class America, in its reaction to the problems and the people of our current and the people of the current social revolution that faces our country, seems to be determined to prove that allegation. One of the interesting aspects of the unrest in this nation is the degree to which government has been a provocateur of that unrest. It is the same government that expends vast monies to suppress the violence it has engendered. Government, it seems, does not inform its left hand of the terrible, swift vengeance that it exacts with its right. A brief survey of the type of governmental interaction with the poor and the minorities quickly reveals yet another credibility gap, and that is that the poor cannot believe that government is impartial. In traditional American thought, a government has been regarded as an impartial referee among contending groups. Today, the poor wisely regarded as one of the contenders, and as a particularly vicious one at that. How can the people of northern New Mexico regard the U.S. Forest Service as an impartial benefactor when the actions of that service deprive them of traditional rights and privileges? Grazing rights and water privileges are small tangibles, but with them went the last vestiges of respect possessed by a people who considered themselves heirs to kings. Even dispossessed heirs to kings deserve explanations of their destiny. The people of northern New Mexico didn't even get that. The fact that the Forest Service acted by a desire to implement policies of conservation does not mitigate the manner in which they acted and continue to act. For most Americans, the Immigration and Naturalization Service is vaguely related to their ancestors, to Ellis Island, and to friends who travel abroad. For most Mexicans, the Immigration and Naturalization Service represents a midnight raid, an authoritarian knock on the door at odd hours, and a means for personal revenge. By the latter, I mean the service's policy of encouraging the disillusioned and misanthropic to become informers for them by betraying their neighbors. Thus, many Mexicans face a lifetime of proving their citizenship again and again and again. It is hard for Mexicans to appreciate the Anglo-Saxon axiom that you are innocent until proven guilty, since it so rarely applies to them. If every American had to prove his United States citizenship 300 or more miles from the border of Mexico, he would wonder less about the bitterness engendered by the practices of the Immigration and Naturalization Service in its relationship to Mexicans. Consider how willing middle-class America has been, in collusion with the Department of Labor and other federal agencies, to sustain southwestern affluence at the expense of the hopelessness of Mexican-American citizens and the desperation of foreign nationals. Few societies and few governments have had the nerve to preach peace while pursuing a policy of setting the hopeless against the desperate. Divide and exploit is no better than divide and conquer. If the Department of Labor lived up to its name, it could open new vistas of hope for the dispossessed. If it were neutral, it would at least not contribute to the dehumanization of the poor. But as an agent of the other side, it becomes an instigator of the violence that might consume us all. Can there be any doubt that the presence of agents from the Department of Justice frequently inflame situations? There are federal agents at this meeting, but then they are always conspicuous by their presence at meetings of any group that responds to the problems of the poor. But where was the Department of Justice when the families of the Alianza were incarcerated behind wire fences in northern New Mexico? Where were federal agents when the Texas Rangers employed their Gestapo-like tactics to break up the strike of the National Farm Workers Association? It is no comfort to recognize the Department of Justice as being neutral for the status quo, nor is it any comfort to know that neither their presence nor their absence guarantees equal protection of the laws. Even with the best of intentions, federal agencies frequently become provocateurs, despite themselves, for there is no rage so deep or so profound as that is generated by promises of an and unfulfilled expectations that are not met. The spectacle of Mexicans picketing the U.S. Civil Rights Commission points up this paradox. Commission staff members legitimately say, "Why picket us? We are your friends." And the Mexican poor legitimately reply, "If you can't do anything for us, why raise our hopes?" And of course, both are right. The Commission does have heart. It is a champion of the interests of the poor and of the minorities, but it is a champion without a sword. Traditional American political theory asserts that the lower the level of government, the more responsive it is to all the people. Nowhere has this theory been blasted so dramatically as in the relationship between state agencies and the poor. As a special case, Texas deserves a few words of its own. In Texas, there are only two crimes. One is to be poor, and the other is to be Mexican. To be both is to be lower than the cattle that feed in the plains. Texas and South Africa have at least this in common. In both, sons will curse their fathers for an inheritance of irrevocable hatred. It is not reasonable to expect the police, state or local, to look upon social protest with favor, for it is preeminently their job as constabularies to preserve the peace, to keep the law and order. It is easy for white middle-class America to view with sympathy those who preserve their peace, their person, their property. But for those who do not share that peace, that property, the police become wardens of the minorities in their prisons of poverty. To those in the ghetto, there is no question that the police are designed to keep them there. Thus, it is not merely a question of physical brutality by the police against members of the minority. We can assume that the incidence of physical brutality is small. We can assume that for the sake of argument. But far more important is the daily psychic brutality, the contempt and the scorn, the assumption of wrongdoing, the humiliation and shame before women and children. All these destroy a man in his own eyes and force him to question the basis of that law, the validity of that order, and the justice of that peace, so precious to others that they are willing to destroy his manhood. "50 years ago, the cop on the beat was a human being. He knew his people and was known by them. Together, both sides contended for a rough sort of justice, occasionally at the expense of law and order. Today, impersonal policemen patrol in cars, insulated and isolated, unknowing and unknown. Consequently, two great anonymous forces remain in a state of social tension, the police versus the people. Without knowledge and human contact, there can be no provision for justice, and one cannot convince the residents of the ghettos that a policeman is his friend. The separation of justice and law enforcement is one of the great tragedies of modern life. In a supposedly underdeveloped land across the Pacific, every general in the Army must spend 1 month a year as a private. If every American had to appear before the state employment service agencies for a monthly lecture on his disabilities, the arrogance of the lecturers would outrage the nation. As it is, this arrogance goes unchecked and unpunished. The clientele, on the other hand, merely goes unrewarded and convinced once again that government is an instrument of their misery and not of their salvation. For middle-class America, the educational system is the means by which all their dreams will come true. Not only will their children develop their individual potential, but they will also be gracefully socialized into the ethos of middle-class values. Studies as late as yesterday indicate that the educational system is a millstone around the necks of most Mexican American children. Where they should be prepared for leadership, they are prepared for passivity. Where they should be encouraged to aspire to the limits of their abilities, they are prepared to settle for less. They receive neither the satisfaction of their own cultural values nor the benefits of the majoritarian. It is hard to talk about the freedom of opportunity to those deliberately prepared to be unskilled workers. It is difficult to postulate the value of a college education to those who were encouraged from aspiring to it. And so, freedom has a hollow ring where it involves no choice for your destiny. In reply to protests by Mexican American college students, professional educators assert that they don't want high school children running the schools. If the children were running the schools, could they make the buildings more dilapidated? Could they make the rules more arbitrary? Could they make the system more useless for the Mexican American than it is today? The principals of two predominantly Mexican American high schools in East Los Angeles claim that they have no problems at their schools, and they are right. They don't, but their students do. It is difficult for a child to respect a figure of authority when that authority has been vitiated by short-sightedness, arrogance, and blatant hypocrisy. More than any other institution, the courts have been the shining symbol of the ultimate triumph of justice. The ruthless exploitation of the courts by those who thwart the social progress of minorities reduces the courts to still another weapon of the strong against the weak. Delay, injunction, cost, and technicalities, all these breed despair with the normal processes of American government. All of these reduce the possibility of orderly transformation in society. You cannot expect the minorities to play a game forever in which the deck is always stacked in favor of their opponents. The fact of Cesar Chavez's absence here today illustrates the merciless exploitation of the courts by the establishment. If the governmental agencies that I have talked about are responding to the needs of those who have, it must be obvious that they are not responsive to the powerless and the oppressed. For the poor do not even have the privilege of talking back to those who channel their destiny. They are supposed to remain mute before the policemen. They are supposed to venerate the educators. They are supposed to be grateful to their betters. There is nothing more galling than to be required to suffer in silence, to swallow your hurts and to listen while others talk to you. Even if government were willing to listen, even if the white middle classes were not indifferent, and they are, how could the poor articulate? Traditionally, the oppressed of the world have expressed their grief in song and verse, but in our country, where the airwaves are dominated by middle-class fantasies and mouthwash commercials, The songs of the minorities and the ballads of the poor are unheard and the verses unspoken. There is no word for indignity in English that conveys its full meaning. There is no sound, no collection of vowels and consonants that conveys despair. How then can a Mexican child verbalize his reaction to his teacher's expectations of failure? We hear much about communication in modern America, but communication implies more than a monologue of middle-class virtues. It is hard for the Mexican to communicate his innermost thoughts, for he is overwhelmed by the monstrous bureaucracy that is the creature of the white middle class. One of the qualities of poverty is an occasional naive simplicity. If a neighbor asks for food, the poor man is likely to respond with whatever he has and not with a questionnaire. The lurking fear on the part of the bureaucratic middle class that somewhere, somehow, someone may be getting something for nothing has paralyzed governmental approaches to the poor. The charade of questionnaires, the official forms, the callbacks, visitations, paupers' oaths, and investigations becomes a highly organized ordeal, another penalty for being poor. Cost analysis and caseload factors indicate the shoddiness and the grobbiness of spirit with which the bureaucracy has viewed its responsibility to the poor and to the minorities. We cannot expect the young to remain polite and powerless much longer. We cannot expect them to continue saying thank you for nothing. For social disorder is a function of the young. They question contracts established before their birth, and they challenge forces applied to maintain these contracts. The whole litany of inherited problems and policies will never again be accepted as part of the natural order of things. Still, many Mexican American leaders bring up these problems in the same strident tones of their black opposites. They call for caution and patience, for thought and logic, and for ethnic unity built upon deference to age. All this is rejected by the young, particularly those who stand in envy of the Black Power movement. For most of the young want to escalate the drive for social change. And they could well do this if the parent generation would help more and hinder less, if government would grant and not goad. Finally, there is one group that is not well known. It has not been well studied. Well, we do know that it has a propensity for violence exceeding that of either the blacks or the Mexican Americans. Any total response to the revolution of our times must include programs to assuage the fears of the white middle-class American who has not yet rioted in full force. For it is this sector of our society whose history of hysterical outbursts portends tragic consequences for the future of this country. Therefore, we would be unwise and unrealistic, all of us as Americans, minorities and non-minorities, if we ignore the white middle class. After all, most members of this strata of our society and the government that they control have rarely displayed either the rural patience of the black man or the agrarian politeness of the Mexican American. Thank you.
I'm going to violate one of the rules that were given to me. I'm going to take a little bit longer than was allotted to me to introduce the following speaker. And I'm going to do so because I think that it's one of those things that do happen of, you could call lack of communication, lack of information, or however you want to call it. But I think that it's indicative of the kinds of things that get through to the public through the mass media. When we found out that Cesar Chavez couldn't be here, we had to find somebody who, in our view, was, let's say, at par. And the person that we decided on, to us, is at par with the leadership of Cesar Chavez. But like the administration and people that you talk to them about this person, they didn't know who it was. Now this person, in a way, is a symbol of the present generation. He was born in the barrio, grew up fighting in the corners like many of you did. He was in gangs, he was in fights, he can tell stories about police brutality like anybody else can. He then decided to do what came easiest, let's say. He became a professional boxer after going through the amateur and Golden Gloves and so forth. And he became a very successful professional boxer. He traveled here and there, and in his travels, he realized, as he hadn't had before, the inequalities. Like in some towns, the blacks couldn't stay in some hotels, but the Mexicans were allowed. Why? Because there were no Mexicans in that town. And he would go to other places, and the Mexicans wouldn't be allowed to stay there because there were Mexicans in that town. He also had been a migrant farm worker. He can tell stories about that too. He went through the same schools that we have gone through, and he can tell you stories about that. But after he realized personally, he became aware of the inequalities, then he decided to go out of boxing, and he went out into business. Now, he was a bail bondsman for a while, and a very successful one, I hear. But he realized the way in which the bail business is stacked to draw the little money that they have from the poor in the places where he worked, mostly from the Mexican American. He realized that he was being used. Since his name was well known, since he had an image in the community, many people would go to him and, try to get this problem solved. And he realized the pattern of exploitation that is involved in the question of bail bonds. So he decided to quit that. He had a bar for a while, and he was in real estate, all kinds of business. And he decided that he was going to go into the arena of social action. And he can tell you a story that parallels many that you could hear here in Los Angeles about going into the poverty program and going all the way from being what is called a NAP aide, a community worker, to being a director of a community action program. He can tell you the stories that you can also find in Los Angeles and any other place of people who began working with the idea that the poverty program was what it read in paper. a program to help the poor help themselves. And how as soon as somebody became active, the whole machinery was concentrating in trying to buy that person off. And how many of the people that he himself remembers helping to develop a consciousness of how to help his people were put in the position in which they became impotent. He can tell you stories about everything that you can hear here in Los Angeles about how the poverty program is intended as a pacification of those who are more likely to become active against injustice, those who realize by their actions some position of leadership, and how the poor are constantly being left leaderless because of the way in which the whole program is designed. Then he decided to go into politics, and he went into the Democratic Party, and he worked to get people registered to vote because that was the way to citizenship, to getting representation. And he worked in politics for a long time, and he can tell you stories about precinct work and about district captains and about getting people in the central committee and all kinds of things about that route. And how he realized that the more you work, the more you are working for the man. But that the people weren't being helped. That it didn't matter who you elect, they are going to either turn indifferent, they are going to become accomplices of the power structure, or they are going to be made impotent. So he decided then to go into the arena of organizing independently. He also became a poet, and he has maybe one of the best poems that I have read written by a Mexican American. He's only second to the one that writes for my paper. They are at the same level. But the way I got hold of his poem called I Am Joaquin, and I think that all of you should sometime read this poem, is that out of the first copy that was typed and several copies made, one of them made its way into Texas, the lower Rio Grande Valley, just when you jump off into the sea because you have nowhere else to go. And that poem was being read in a bar by people who are supposed to be illiterate. But they don't need to read because somebody was reading it to them and they were memorizing. Am Joaquin is an epic poem of the history of becoming a Mexican American, of being a Mexican American. It's one of the best poems, and I think that you ought to read it. It's too bad that you have to read W.H. Auden and some of those other guys in your English classes, but you don't get to read one of the best poems written in the U.S. I think that Walt Whitman would be envious if he read this poem. Plus, he became a playwright and director, and he has two plays that to me are very good plays. I haven't seen the whole thing. I have read the script, and I have had people tell me after seeing it that they are very good plays. One of them is called The Revolutionist. And I think that that title of the first play he wrote symbolizes the spirit of this next speaker. And I'm going to explain why. Last year, when the raid, or so-called raid in Tierra Amarilla, in which the raid wasn't actually carried out by the Alianza Federal de Mercedes or Alianza de Pueblos Repúblicas Libres, but it was carried out by the state police against the legitimate instituted city officials of the Pueblo de Tierra Amarilla. When that happened and the whole power structure threw their whole force against the Alianza, the National Guard, all the state police, and as some of them in that area say, they deputized every Anglo that wanted to carry a gun. When that happened and the state moved in to destroy the Alianza, of everybody who thought in their own hometowns of going over there to help, only one person did. This person and his organization left their hometown and moved into New Mexico and stayed there for the whole summer, helping the Alianza survive. And the Alianza did survive. And I think that, to do that, it takes the kind of spirit, the kind of commitment, the kind of dedication that only could be symbolized by the expression being a revolutionist. And without more, I'm going to let you hear what he has to say, Rodolfo Corky Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Risco. I think he gave my speech. But after having, as Risco just mentioned, having gone through the different processes of organization, working in the political world, being part of the capitalistic society and being in business and making money off of somebody else's sweat and blood and their problems, after having evaluated the entire system and the situation, you have to come to a screeching halt. Either you look yourself in the mirror and say, where am I going and what am I telling the people? Is it really and honestly, the truth? Are you doing something to fill your pocketbook, or are you really telling the people that this is the way they should go? And I think that everybody involved in community action, everybody involved in politics, everybody involved in social action, all have this question in their mind. And some of them sell out. Some of them finally decide it's easier to live softly, live easily, take it easy, and finally be part of the society and be absorbed. I think that it's more important now than to mention all the statistics of our problems, that we don't have to tell a Mexicano what the problems are. We don't have to tell you about the little towns in Colorado or New Mexico or Texas where you're listed on the questionnaires race, Mex, or where you're listed, or you live across the ditch or across the tracks or across the river. Whatever it is, you always live across, which means that there's always a boundary and a wall between you and the major society. Now, one of the things that you always hear different professional leaders or administration leaders tell you, your educators tell you that the society is good, the society is there to be to make part in it, that everyone can make it. Now, what we really have to evaluate when we look at this thing is this society good? Is a society that creates barrios and ghettos, that creates discrimination and prejudice, that creates difference between people and creates attitudes, creates a police department that is only, really, the police department is only the reflection of the majority society. If it weren't, it couldn't exist under the using the methods that they use today. Now, we finally have to come to a decision. Have we been making mistakes? Have the older people, say, between the ages of 30 and 45 and 50, have they been leading the young people astray? Have they been selling us an empty bag? And we say, maybe we have, and many of us have been guilty. We go and we wander through a maze of what is the answer. How do you make this bridge? Is it just money? Is it just economy? Is this the way we, is this the way we build ourselves up? And when we make that dough, that's the end, and that's the goal. And you and I both know it. Because if there is a Mexicano here who doesn't realize he has problems or his people has problems, then he's been completely and thoroughly brainwashed. they tell me that there's close to 30,000 students in this university, and you have close to 130 to 150 Mexicanos or people with Spanish names. And I say, of those 130 or 150, are they really Mexicanos? Or are half of them brainwashed thinking that there are no problems and that they can make it, and as they teach them in this educational system that the self-made man usually says, the individualist can make it. And they always tell him that the individualist can make it if you conform to society. And that's a direct contradiction, and that's the whole educational system. Now, when we get through evaluating this educational system, when we get through evaluating all our problems, all the statistics, when we get through evaluating the employment situation, when we get through evaluating how many of our kids die overseas, how many of our young children are counseled by their school teacher, their school counselor, their employment counselor, their probation counselor, and the juvenile court counselor to join the Army, when we figure out this and find out who is carrying the burden of blood and sweat for this nation to bolster its economy and to give some sort of a suicide body to the administration, and we find out it's us. And it's pretty hard to explain this to some of our people, but we have to start teaching them. Now, when we get through evaluating the whole system and the whole society, what have you got left? You realize that this system and the society is rotten. And when you say these things, immediately you're labeled radical, which is all right. You're labeled commie, and this is to each his own, It doesn't have to be a matter of what you consider yourself or what they label you. What happens is that our people are led to think different ways by the opinions set by the press, and the opinions set by the administration, and the opinions set by the power structure, and therefore we become embarrassed. How embarrassed were we, say, some years back to picket? It's a bad show. The Chicano didn't do this. You didn't want to make yourself ridiculous or conspicuous. So he didn't want to do, I don't do that. He didn't want to demonstrate. I don't want to do that. That's a bad show. That's conspicuous. The Mexicano withdrew. Now, where other groups have followed and try to be part of the society to integrate in some cases, and have found out that the integration is another empty bag, and that one person may make it, but the masses of his people stay at the bottom, and that we're like a funnel with the masses in the bottom of the funnel and one of them trickling out the top, every so often. And one of these guys that says, I'm an individualist and I can make it. So we get to this position, and we say, all right, look around, and the leader says, let's try education. And education sounds good. It's a sacred white cow, and you're not supposed to rub it wrong, because education is a beautiful word and it sounds like the right thing. But the education that is taught in these schools is not the kind of education that makes men, that provides dignity and character for all people. And what is the one base thing that creates a system that exploits, a system that discriminates, a system that rejects? The one base item, the one base point is racism. And nobody ever wants to say this. Nobody wants to come out and say, there's racism in this country that's rampant. There's racism in our textbooks. There's racism in the teaching methods. And you say, how does this come about? We're all Americans. And especially the gauchupin, the vendido, he says, man, we're all Americans. There's nothing wrong with me. And he always, when he speaks, he says, your problems and those people's problems. He never says our problems, because he doesn't want to relate to failure. And how does this come about? Through our school system. Our young children go to school, and there's two success symbols there.
One is to be an Anglo, the other one is to have money. It doesn't matter if you're a liar, a hypocrite, if you're a weenie or whatever it be. You can be a double crosser, but as long as you have money in this society, you're a success. I give one good look at Bobby Baker, and he's a success in this society. The other symbol of success is an Anglo. And in everything that he reads, he prepares himself for leadership, for success. Generals, whether it be yellow-haired Custer or it be somebody else. But whether it be in the world of science, whether it be the tough guy in the world of the private eye, whether it be on television, whatever it be, it is the Anglo who is a success symbol. And can you picture our young children going to school and then going home where their family speaks Spanish and they're Chicano, they're Mexicano, they're not Anglo or they're not rich. And therefore, subconsciously, they start rejecting their own family. And all of us have gone through that. Every one of us go through this educational system. Pretty soon, we reject the real honest, the real straight values of our people. And we reject them for something that is corrupt and something that's unsure of itself. Today, the revolution just isn't to gain more employment. It just isn't to get a further education and medical protection for your youngsters. It just isn't security and a color TV and a brand new car like the one your next door neighbor has. The real revolution is for dignity and human value. The black man realizes it. The black man is realizing it and striving toward his own self-dignity, his own culture, and his own world. We have been set aside and set ourselves aside, and this is why we haven't really organized and moved within this society, because we've rejected the hypocrisy of phony corporation-style boards and commissions that control us and use us. So therefore, our own young people, instead of trying to become involved in politics, reject it because they know that they become involved only to be used by the man. So what we learn is that we have to teach our own people. We have to stop wasting our time teaching a racist society not to be racist. We have to start teaching our young people to be proud of their culture, proud of their heritage, proud of their name, and proud of the values that are really worth something. You know, the other side of the society is on a behind a wall. It's too bad that we can't look behind that wall like through those curtains up there. We can't see what's happening on the other side, so we all go climbing up that wall and we inch our way and we stand on each other's shoulders and we fight and we scream, and when minority fights minority for the one job open to get up there, and he gets over that wall and he finds out that he really lost something. Because when he gets there, he finds out there's a mass of people who are sick. And they have their own young kids. They have their own young people are climbing back over that wall to get over here with us. The young hippie who is rejecting a society that has no culture and has no values realizes that he will not become responsible, he will not be guilty for all the crimes of his forefathers and the racism of this nation. So he's coming back. Now, the intellectual, the man who finally reaches the pinnacle of intellectual achievement, rejects this society. So we're in pretty good company. We're not really alone in the fact that it's not a matter of lack of education. They have no class. Now, You know, when I talk to university students, in most cases in Colorado, like in most cases, I'm glad to see so many Mexicanos here, majority of them are Anglos. And they sort of question this racism thing, and they question their society, that it's pretty pure because they're locked up in their own little world and they know they're going to make it. They want to become liberal for one day and open their mouth, the next day they can go back in their middle class cocoon. But you see, they say, man, this is just another little Mexican up there bum rapping our society because he hasn't got it made, you know. This is just another little Mexican up here saying, you know, you people are no good in order to bolster and build ourselves up. But that's not true. They have their own historians. Read Edward Albee's plays and he'll tell you all about that society. And he's a first-hand observer. Read him and he'll tell you what it's all about them and him and the people around him. We don't have to say it for him, but we just have to evaluate. But if we could open those drapes and look through it like a window, how many of us would want to reject our parents and reject our values? How many of us would really want to reject our identity and who we are? None of us, because we would be proud of what we are. Not only that, and just getting down to, you know, the basic facts, that we have a beautiful people. This is important, that we love ourselves before we can be successful in doing anything, that we have pride and dignity in ourselves, that we love each other. And when we start a real unity of working together, even the guys that are weak, even the politicos who are playing the game of, you know, he's got his hand over here shaking your hand, his hand over here getting some money from the politicos. Even this cat is going to have to face it. He's going to have to face the line and put his head on the line because the people will understand. And the people will demand responsibility from him. Even he will get some guts and some backbone. And he'll start to identify with his own people. Now, I think that when you talk about racism, it's an ugly word, but it's true. Look at our history books. Look at what they teach our kids. Look at our TV programs that places in a villainous role. The bandido that steps around a tree, don't I know you from somewheres? And go see the professionals, the modern movies even, not just the old Tex Ritter and the Buck Jones shows where we were either the flunkies or the bandido, you know. But look at the professionals. You ever see 3 Anglos and they put in a Negro for the civil rights appeal? Wipe out 3,000 of the ugliest Mexicans you ever seen? Well, I'm saying that we're not ugly, that we are beautiful, and we have to realize this. Put some black hair on an Anglo and make a movie star out of him, right? He saves $5,000. We don't have to spend $5,000 to go to the beach or to Miami to get a tan. We've got one. Now, the first thing that we learn in our educational system, which affects us all, is that we're placed and burdened with these inferiority complexes. That we are the losers and we are the failures. That we are the bandits. They relate to us how it doesn't matter as long as he's an Anglo. If he's a bandit today, he's a hero on TV screen. Joaquin Murrieta was the most vicious bandit of all time because, you know, he killed Anglos. Not only that, he was a handsome man, but you see him on Rifleman, he's again the ugliest looking cat you ever seen. But again, this wants to identify with a certain class of people. And we have to start identifying with success. And what's this all about? And what are the directions we should take? We look over the situation now and recognize, if you're a student of economics and you've read about South America, if you know what the economic makeup of South America, of East Asia, of Africa are, where the white man goes in and controls economically, where the British have pulled out their troops, the American administration is sending their money to strangle it and to control it, to control their politics and their daily life. In South America, this takes place whenever there is a man who's nationalistic and starts taking up the resources for his people. The State Department creates a revolution or a military coup and backs him up with guns and arms and puts in a new man that'll sell out to this country, right? So if the leadership there is not already corruptible or corrupted, they then become corruptible by the use of the money, and they become tied by bondage and by finances, so that they do not control or rule their own country. So look at our situation across this country. So when the sleeping lion starts to open up and yawn and he shows some teeth and he gets mad, what do? They bring along an OEO program and they buy off all of our articulate leadership. And the guy that was talking last year and bum rapping this society and blasting it for the lack of employment, hitting the statistics, relating all the problems, and this year he's got a job and he's got his mouth shut. And he is co-opted. He is not part of the Mexicano anymore because he cannot speak as a man, because his pocketbook is now lined and his security is taken care of. Now, I don't say all of these people are like that, because we have some tough people in some of these programs who are trying their best. But they have to come to a screeching halt someday and realize that they are not provoking or promoting a revolution, they're putting water on the fire. And the masses of the people are still in the same position. And just a few people, and those were the last year's articulate people. In 1964, all the new leadership that we developed through demonstrations against the police department in Denver are today OEO employees, and they're not articulate leadership anymore. Now we have to either, once we create a nationalism, a relationship between us that we are proud of ourselves, even those guys who are part of these programs will have to show that they are part of us, and they will have to stand tough. And they will have to demand educational changes that really affect our people, that really do something for us, and not a bunch of hogwash, not a bunch of phony programs that tell our kids about the gauchupines and the conquistadores, but about the indios and the mestizos and the people who developed and sweat and bled for this country. These are the people that they have to tell about. We can no longer relate to this society in the terms that we are going to become part of it and that we can work with it from within. The guy who says, I'm working from within, while he gets his $15,000 to $20,000 check, is nothing but a spit of gob in the entrails of the monster. Because the monster has centuries of experience and exploitation, manipulation, of using and buying. And let me tell you this, that we are not alone. The black nationalist is moving towards revolution. The Mexican American should start moving, and we are moving in some areas towards revolution. The radical Anglo, who is fighting a more difficult battle than even we are, and that he's rejecting his own people for their phony society, is also moving towards revolution. And the kids that are getting beaten by the police department today are finally finding out what we've been going through for hundreds of years, and the minorities have been going. And where this year they're willing to take a beating on the head for picketing and demonstrating against Dow Chemical, next year they might blow it up or burn it up. So I would want to say in closing to the young people that you are the new leaders. Don't place yourselves in the same confusion as some of our former leadership. Find a new direction of destroying and changing this society, and it's not only the betterment for your people, it's a betterment for mankind. Find out what the areas really are. Really realize who you are and believe in yourself. Believe in your people and give yourself some real dignity, and also give them some real leadership. Remember that you can't teach your people sitting on boards and commissions. You have to go back to the barrios. They're the ones that have to learn. You can't teach the Anglo, but you can teach your own people. When we teach our own people how to evaluate, we can have movement, and then you can have real revolution, and our people have to decide whether they're willing, finally, even though it's easy to be exploited, it's easy to eat 3 meals a day, finally, are they willing to fight for their rights? Are they willing to fight for their name and their dignity? And are they willing to die for it? Thank you.
The next speaker needs no introduction. You will have a chance later to ask questions. The question and answer period will come after all the speakers have spoken. The next speaker needs no introduction, and he says it much better than we can. I'm going to introduce now citizen number 1 of La Raza Nueva, Reyes Lopez Tijerina.
Muchas gracias, caballeros. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a satisfaction, great satisfaction to me to be here and have the opportunity to explain certain truths and facts that has been hidden for the last 120 years. Thanks that the TV, radio, and press and the Anglo do not care to mention, and that's our job, to mention those, not misdemeanors. I don't like to bring out misdemeanors committed by Uncle Sam. I like to speak about capital crimes, monumental crimes of our government. The Anglo, the government, sometimes they start point out faults and small defections and crimes of the black people, the Indians and the Spanish American and Mexican American. And they have means and ways that are wise, they're intelligent like foxes, when they deal with our faults. Yet their crimes, capital crimes, organized conspiracies against these Mexican, the Indian, the black people has been hidden and frozen in the refrigerator. But we got a torch and we're melting these crimes. That is the only reason why the press has said that I am a violent man. I'm trying to overthrow the government. Well, I don't see why they think that we are trying to overthrow the government. I'm pretty sure that we have no atom bombs. I'm pretty sure that we have no guns. They have all the power in the world, not only to suppress, make people here in the United States, but even in Vietnam and throughout the whole world. They can do whatever they want. Why they are afraid, I don't know. Maybe just propaganda, and they're afraid of me mentioning they're afraid of me that I'm mentioning their capital crimes and discovering their organized injustice. And of course, when we mention their crimes, they feel cold in their back, and they feel that their own crimes are catching up with them, just like the police said, crime does not pay, young skunk. Well, I'm telling Uncle Sam, my primary target, that crimes are catching up with him. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, the problems of the Mexican Americans are many, but I cannot enumerate them all. I cannot mention them all. Before I go any further, I'm speaking in a language that I use it 2% of my time. Spanish, I use it 98% of my time. When I came to my senses, I noticed that the Anglo told me, you are now free. You are a free man in the land of the free. Don't you feel better than under the Roman Empire, I mean the Spanish Empire, under the Mexican Empire and Mexican Republic? You are now free, but don't speak Spanish. I like to compare that freedom to the freedom that a man gave to a bird that he had in a cage. He took this little bird and he says, I'm going to set you free. Free, no longer behind the bars. And he took the scissors and cut the 2 wings. Now go, go. Well, naturally the bird could not fly, and naturally the blue-eyed cat came and ate the bird. So, that's my freedom, ladies and gentlemen. For me, to me, the language, which is the result of accumulated exercise of centuries, the language make out the 2 wings of a bird. With our language, we defend ourselves. The language is the primary element of our identity. And there are many crimes, but the greatest crimes of all is to rape the language of a culture, to tell a people not to speak his own language. Naturally, since the Anglo hasn't been stepping upon, I mean, he's not feeling that pinch. He says, why do you kick so much about? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with English? It's your official language of the United States. There's nothing wrong with it. Of course not, when you're not carrying the load, when you're not feeling the pinch. But why don't we just turn right around, and you start speaking Spanish from this day on, and stop speaking and using your own language. You will say, well, this language, we have been using it for 2,500 years, and we need it. It's the accumulated fruit of our identity, of our life. Therefore, it's important. Well, that's just the way we feel about it. And the days when our forefathers, because of their Indian blood, and little sprinkling of the Spanish blood, could not and would not fight back, and would meekly, humbly feel the cotton fields, corn fields, beet fields. Just like my mother, one day before her birth, I was born, she was picking cotton. Right there in the cotton field I was born. And I say, and I feel that was no freedom for my mother. I was born in a cotton field, in the land of the free, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not the product and the result of an educational system. I did not go to school. I was 11 years old when I first heard the first English word. I was 11 years old when I went to school to the pre-primer. I was 14 when I used my first pair of shoes. In 1937, I'll never forget that I used to go through the back alleys of the Anglo brothers in their waste baskets to dig what they throw away, the bread, meat, cakes. I used to make my own lunch and walk to school. Of course, maybe there's no reason to say it in public, but ladies and gentlemen, the Anglo, the Italian, the Jew, the Frenchman, the Spaniard will have to stop and think about the lot, about the rights, about the future of these people, the Indians, the black people, and the Mexican Americans. It is a treaty, an international treaty. It is because of a treaty that I'm here speaking English. It is because of a treaty called the Guadalupe Hidalgo Treaty, signed February 2nd, 1848. It is because of that treaty that I am angry. It is because of that treaty that our people has been suffering. And it is because of that treaty that we have the right to stand up and indict and become the star witness against the greatest organized power ever built by taxpayers, the U.S. federal government. We are being accused of being a violent people, of being racists. I read that in the paper. And I heard in the radio that Carmichael was a racist just last night in questions and answers. I don't know what radio station it was, but they were mentioning Rod Brown and Carmichael. And this man said, well, they're worse racists than the Anglo-racists. And I was thinking to myself, do Rod Brown and Carmichael have the elements to rape a people from their culture? Do Rod Brown and Carmichael Tijerina have the power, the element, in an organized manner to suppress, to humiliate, to crush, to rob, to steal, to violate treaties, etc., and get away with it? No! Oh! But still, Mr. Tijerina, they talk with violence. Okay. But words will not destroy my language. Words will not destroy our lands. I don't care if the Anglo starts blah, blah, like Carmichael and Rod Brown is speaking evil about the Mexican Americans, as long as they are talking only. But no, I am angry, and my people is angry because the Anglo is using the money, the power, his language, his culture, his political organized system to crush, to humiliate us, to deprive us from our property, from our civil rights, from the rights that we inherited through the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. That is racism. When you're using power, to hurt people. Carmichael is not depriving anybody of his language, therefore he's not a racist. Oh, but he speaks racism. Those are words. And words alone do not make up racism. It's got to be deeds, actions, such as that man, educated Anglo from the tower of Austin, Texas University Tower, and start shooting men and women just like a beast, a fool beast. He's a member of his race, of his society. Ladies and gentlemen, among the Mexican Americans, we don't see a man graduated from college and then going to a room to rape 9 women nurses and then murder them. No, we don't have that kind of people. We don't have them. United States of America is preaching nothing but international justice through international commitments. We were advised by George Washington not to make international commitments because we would go down in history as tyrants, as fools. But what happened? What has been happening through the years, the last 30, 40 years? We are committed to the whole world through international treaties. And that is the reason why we are in Vietnam, because of a treaty. That is why we are in the Guantanamo base against the will of Castro, because of a treaty. And because of a treaty, we are losing our reputation. And we're going down, just like a fly trapped in the wasp of the spider, through commitments, international commitments. I've just been talking 10 minutes in English. How long have I been? Yeah, I will be speaking in Spanish, but we are polite, you know. And we want to prove to our brother that we are polite and consider his disadvantages, whether he doesn't consider ours. The press and the group of federal and state agents that are conspiring against the identity of the Mexican American, Spanish American, have been preaching across the nation through their best media, the newspaper, saying that we are claiming the private property of other people. And naturally, since only the Anglo holds private property, naturally they think that we're claiming the land against the Anglos. And that is a lie. That is not true. Against us, they say that we are trying to overthrow the government. That's another traditional Anglo traditional lie. We are not trying to overthrow the government. He's going to overthrow himself. His own crimes, his own international commitments is overthrowing him. He's becoming weak and he's running out of time and friends every day. I like to state that as much as we might hate your actions of the oppressor, whoever he might be, we don't hate the person. God hates the sin, but he doesn't hate the sinner, nor do we. But we like to tell you what John F. Kennedy said before he died. He said by the year 2000 there will be 600 million people speaking Spanish language in this continent. The Amazon River is as big as the Mississippi and the Volga put together. Geographically, South America is as big as China and United States put together. That's why they call it the sleeping giant, even though it's great, but it is made up of a new breed of people mixed of Indian and Spanish blood. According to Law 2, Title 1, Book 6 of the Laws of the Indias, which have been frozen and hidden by the Anglo because he doesn't want our children to know the truth of the historical background of our breed, our people, our continent, and our rights. He's afraid of our inheritance. And since he is a descendant of pirates and has no documents whatsoever, he's frightened. He's afraid of the truth. But still, even though we're not cutting off, we might, as John F. Kennedy said, Latin America will be the last friend of the United States. It's here where we have to make friends, not in the Far East, not in Russia, not in China, not in those far out countries, right here. And you know, as innocent as we might be being a new breed, as powerless as we might be without gold, dollars, and battle tanks, but we are human beings. And we are now arriving in an era, a time when bombs and bullets will no longer attract the attention of the majority. When no longer things will be decided by bombs and power. They will be decided by reputation, moral principles. And just as it is important for an individual to have a good reputation, to have good friends, and find a good job, so a nation has, or a race, a people has to have a good reputation in order to have friends. And let me tell you, my friends, the Anglo reputation as a race is already rotten. But the reputation of the Indio-Hispano, Mexican-American, this new breed, born October the 19th, the year 1514, through the legalization of the law that I mentioned, Law 2, Title 1, Book 6 of the Laws of the Indias, issued by royal decree of Ferdinand V, the Indian blood and the Spanish blood was mixed, and the fruit thereof, our rights, our original background, legal background, then I must mention some of those things so that you can know. When you come across with a Mexican American, we have so many titles. But legally speaking, if you research, you'll find that Indio Hispano is a legal cultural name for these people. Others are called Mexican because of Mexico. Americans because of the United States of America. Latinos because the original Latin language, and so on. But I'd like you to know that you are dealing with a new people. That according to estimates of the scientists, we will be a great and powerful people here in the United States of America, and you need us. You need us. The time will come when you will say, Tijerina, why don't you tell the ambassadors from Brazil and Mexico that we mean no harm. We wanna be friends. Now they take your word. They will believe you, Reyes Tijerina. They will believe you. They will take your word. Now you tell them. Yes, we will be a connecting link, a bridge. So now, start with plenty of time making friends. Because let me tell you, United States is running out of friends, out of time, and crime is catching up with this government. Therefore, we say and feel that United States stands indicted in the eyes of the whole world. That is why the Anglo asks himself and says, why do everybody hates us? Why? Why? He doesn't know. As much as he knows about the crimes of the Viet Cong, he doesn't know about his own crimes. Isn't that funny? My way of talking is not the same as Professor Guzman. He's a professor. And he uses, like the doctor, the doctor, when he's going to cut you to pieces to get cancer out of your body, he uses some sort of medicine shots to put you to sleep. Well, Reyes Tijerina does not have that medicine to put you to sleep. He uses the knife without shots, and you heard it. And it hurts! But let me tell you, my friends, brothers, etc., that we mean no harm. We have no bombs. We have no poison. We have no power. We just want you to repent for your own crimes and make good for the past. Now, as being signing a treaty with the black people, the paper says that they have joined forces to start killing white men. And something is going on, and he's terrified. Well, he knows what the international treaty means. The United States knows better than anybody else. He sticks his nose everywhere in the world and tells everybody what to do, and only his way of interpretation is the right way. Everybody in a way of interpretation is wrong except his. Well, let me tell you, as much as I love my country, I refuse to follow the steps of my country, of my stepmother, if she's going every night to the taverns as a prostitute to make money. I refuse. No, we have making a treaty with the black people because they are here to stay in the first place. They were brought here, and because they have reason to cry, to yell. So have I, so have the Indian. And as I told the John Birch Society member last night in the last Crane show, when I was yelling, he says, why do you yell? I said, because I'm hurt. You're not hurt, therefore you have no right to yell. But I do. Furthermore, we tremble and we are afraid of the rights of the black man. There are too many, and he's got back pay coming for 400 years, and naturally, since we know that he cannot be the enemy of God, for he has no power to suppress and oppress and violate treaties and etc., and deprive us of our languages. Therefore, he cannot be a sinner, nor he cannot be an enemy of God. Also, he is not in the position to sign treaties with other nations. He did not drop the atom bomb in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. He did not put that dirty, low-down, rotten, savage example before the world of using the atom bomb with the excuse that to shorten the war, to save thousands of American lives, and to hell with the Chinese, Japanese. Ladies and gentlemen, let's be frank. That is the reason why my speech is not like the orators, professors who have been developed and coined through the educational system. All I know is what I have seen, what I have heard, what I have smelled, and therefore, I react and I answer to feelings. That is the reason why I say that the people in New Mexico, for the last 120 years, they've been crying in and out of court until they were broken. The land that we are now claiming is a communal land that belongs to pueblos and not to individuals. That's why those lands have never been in court. But the Anglo keeps on saying to the public, oh, they have been decided. Tijerina is a fraud. What will the peoples do when they discover the next day that they have nothing coming, that those lands have been settled at court already? No, they haven't. For 700 years, the Arabs ruled over Spain. For 700 years, the Arabs respected, protected the land grants, Spanish land grants in Spain. Those pueblos. I was in Spain last year, and I did a good deal of research. In Russia, when the communists took over, they respected the communal lands of villages. In China, in India, all over the world, except the blue-eyed buffalo, the blue-eyed citizens in this continent. Yes. He hates, and he used to hate Spain so much that he wrote a legend called the Black Legend. Now, of course, he doesn't preach it anymore because Spain is no longer ruling here where he wanted to rule. Here where he told us when he came in, give me an inch, my good people, and he took not the inch, not the mile that the black people is taking, the Anglo, so says the Anglo, but he took the whole continent. And now the black people want to take a mile, and you know what the white man tells me in my office? He said, Mr. Tijerina, I go along. I'm in favor. This is what we don't like. That you give an inch to these damn so-and-so niggers, and they take a mile. And then I tell them, well, you were pirates, and we gave you an inch, and you took the continent. We don't like to be measured with the same measure that we're measuring the world, do we? The Anglo. He doesn't like to be measured. He likes to point out the mistakes of everybody, but do not point out his mistakes because you are racist. That's what you are, or communist. Well, that's enough. Now I will turn into the Spanish computer, and I will talk to my people. If you excuse us, I know there are a good deal of Anglos, Italians, etc., that do know a little Spanish. So that's good. As polite as I like to be, I will now talk to my brothers in a few minutes in our own language. Even though even though this language, as justice also, is a fugitive in the United States, we have come to the crossroads, to the moment when we will no longer tolerate anybody tampering and fooling around with our cultural rights. So, no wonder sometimes Carmichael say, to hell. You go to hell if you want me to start speaking Spanish while you drop dead. I was speaking in New Mexico to 500 Mexican Americans. One Anglo, they are so used to it, he comes to the platform with fresh, proudful attitude, says, hey, you! I was talking in a microphone, of course. Talk English! So I can understand, he says. I say, you go to school and learn Spanish just like I learned your English. Now get the hell out of here. Caballeros, damas y caballeros. Somos nada más, dicen que 3 millones y 5 millones, pero en Southwest yo creo, y es bueno, dicen que si la mentira nos ayuda a salvarnos, hay que usarla también, especialmente cuando los opresores son hijos del diablo y han usado mentiras todos los días. Pero en Southwest hay 15 millones que hablan en español. Yo quiero decir en esta tarde que estos 15 millones detienen la llave del destino y del futuro del continente americano, Sur, Centro y Norteamérica. Nosotros que hemos llevado la cruz doble, que hemos sido cargados con 2 idiomas, con 2 culturas, nosotros que hemos aprendido bajo el rigor, la sangre y el sudor continuamente, ahora va a llegar el día cuando nos va a servir de mucho hablar los 2 idiomas. Ahora llegará el día cuando Estados Unidos sentirá que su salvación va a ser Suramérica, y es cuando a nosotros va a venir, no a Suramérica, no a México, porque allá no hablan inglés, va a venir a nosotros para que nosotros ruegamos y pidamos por ellos y les digamos nosotros a Suramérica, ya no son tan malos, ya no nos dan leche de polvo en lugar de justicia. Ahora nos dan trabajo en las oficinas de la guerra contra la pobreza. Mis hermanos, este es mi sentimiento. Yo estoy hablando por los sentimientos acumulados de nuestros padres por 120 años. Por 120 años ellos han venido sufriendo, viendo el robo, el ultrajo, el abuso, en las cortes, en la calle, en la escuela, en el trabajo, en la política, donde quiera son discriminados y son vistos y tratados como perros, nada más que con cortesía. No nos han matado porque nos engordan para cuando viene la siguiente guerra mundial, que vayamos a defender sus derechos. Yo tampoco mato a mi perro que tengo en la casa y también le doy de comer, no leche de polvo porque se muere, le hace mal en la panza, pero le doy huesos. Pero no mato a mi perro ni lo corro porque quiero que duerma afuera y me cuide de los ladrones. Por eso es que el anglo nos necesita para que como un perro espantemos a los ladrones y los protejamos sus bancos, sus joyas, sus esmeraldas, su riqueza, su poder, su todo. Y por eso estamos con vida. No crean ustedes que porque nos quieren o porque hay igualdad. No, mis hermanos, si esto es igualdad lo que hay en Estados Unidos, yo creo que tienen mejor igualdad los perros y las perras. Hay una perra, cuando pare perritos, la perra quiere a sus perritos, se muere por sus perritos. Pero si usted le trae un perrito chiquito de otra perra y lo junta con aquellos, se lo come la perra, lo mata porque no tiene nada para la otro perrito. Si es una gallina con pollitos, los quiere, los protege y se pelea por sus pollos. Pero si le trae un pollo extranjero, mata al pollo extranjero. Una madre puede morir por sus hijos, los quiere y los ama, y sufre y se desvela. Pero si le dan un entrenado, no lo puede cuidar como a los hijos que salieron del vientre de ella. Así tampoco nunca un gobierno extranjero, ni una raza extranjera, nunca podrá contra las leyes de la naturaleza tratarnos con igualdad a los entrenados como a los hijos.
Los pecados que Estados Unidos ha cometido son muchos y grandes, pero el más grande de ellos y por el cual yo estoy como estoy, siento lo que siento, es cuando quiso quitarnos nuestro idioma, que nos cortó las alas para que no nos defendiéramos aquí. Y luego nos dice, compete, go to school, you have the same privilege as the Anglo. Do we? Do we? Of course not. That's what we call the American way of life. That is the English only, and to hell with the other languages. That's the American way of life. To us, the American way of life is the American way to hell. Y yo rehuso, mis hermanos, el Tratado de Guadalupe Hidalgo. La razón por qué es importante para nosotros es porque ahí está el argumento legal, el punto legal, el derecho legal nuestro constitucional. Lean ustedes artículo 6, sección 2 de la Constitución de los Estados Unidos y hallarán que dice el artículo 6, sección 2, todos los tratados internacionales que haga Estados Unidos vienen a formar parte de la ley suprema de la nación. Así es que el Tratado de Guadalupe Hidalgo es la ley suprema de la nación. Pero, ¿cómo? El tratado trata de nuestro idioma, de nuestra propiedad, de nuestros derechos. Por eso el anglo lo echó al olvido, al bote de la basura, y nomás los tratados de él, los derechos de él, los predica por el radio, la televisión y el periódico. Y nuestros derechos, nuestras leyes, que están hechas para nosotros, están congeladas, ni quien las derrita, porque nuestros mismos políticos en Washington, senador Montoya, no sabía que en la Constitución de Nuevo México había un artículo que se llama artículo 2, sección 5. No sabían, senador Montoya, ni sabían los maestros, ni sabía nuestra raza. Y entonces por 2 años se los prediqué en el radio todos los días, 15 minutos, que dice así el artículo 2, sección 5. Todos los derechos, privilegios, inmunidades, sean civiles, políticas o religiosas, garantizadas al pueblo de Nuevo México por el Tratado de Guadalupe Hidalgo, serán preservados inviolables. Pero no sabían que existía el artículo sección 5. Ahora ya ven ustedes por qué nos robaron, por qué nos arrebataron, por qué nos han humillado. Porque somos un pueblo, mis hermanos, que no sabíamos defendernos hasta ahora, que el espíritu y la chispa de justicia está entrando en las venas de los mexicanos, de los chicanos, y está causando una revolución, no por fuera, por dentro. Esta revolución es la que siente el gobierno, que le va a causar confusión y vergüenza ante los ojos del mundo, y para avergonzarnos y quitarnos los seguidores, nos dicen violentos, violentos, violentos. No es que le tengan miedo a la violencia, mis hermanos. No. A ellos les gusta para ir a meterse en Vietnam, donde quiera. Les gusta la violencia para usar sus armitas atómicas que tienen. Lo que pasa es que aparentan que les da miedo a la violencia porque realmente no pueden contestar a las acusaciones que yo les hago. Entonces, en lugar de contestarme a lo que yo los acuso, dicen comunista, violento, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. Pero ya no vamos a permitir que nos den gato por liebre. Ya no vamos a permitir como hicieron con aquellos 2 ciegos cuando le dijeron tengan para los 2 a los pobrecitos ciegos. No miraban los pobres y vino un malvado y le dijo tengan para los 2. Y como ni uno miraba, pues uno ciego creía que le habían dado algo al otro. Y el otro creó la misma cosa. Y comenzaron a pelearse. Se comenzaron a pelear, le dice cuando se fue el malvado, le dice, dame mi parte. No te hagas, si a ti te lo dieron, yo oí que dijo, tengan para los 2. Así nos dice el republicano y el demócrata, tengan para los 2. Pero, ¿qué le había dado el malvado a los ciegos? No les dio nada, nomás los engañó. Es lo que nosotros estamos creyendo aquí. Vicente Jiménez lo pusieron en Washington, agarró un trabajo tremendo 5 días después del día 5 de junio cuando pasó lo de Tierra Amarilla. Y él cree que le dieron el trabajo porque fue al colegio. ¡Hipócrita, idiota! Le dieron el trabajo porque el gobierno no quiere que Jiménez vaya a seguir a Tijerina. porque el gobierno comenzó a ver que los chicanos, que la raza nuestra ya está enfurecida, y ya también como el pueblo negro, el pueblo prieto, nos hemos unificado y ya perdimos el miedo, y ahora como el león estamos llenos de valor, nos importa poco de nada. Vamos pues, vamos a acusar a este gigante hasta que diga y venga a terms, como dicen ellos, let's negotiate. Pero vamos a batallar con él, porque si no puede negociar en las mesas de Vietnam, menos va a negociar aquí, porque es muy tonto, es muy estúpido, es muy caprichudo. Y mientras que esté caprichudo, vamos a hacer lo que el grillo que le rascó en la oreja al león, hasta que el león de ansia se rascó y se rascó para echar fuera al grillo, hasta que vio que se estaba sangrando y el grillo nunca salía. Nosotros estamos como un grillo metidos ahí en Tierra Amarilla, ahí en Nuevo México. Y aunque Estados Unidos como un león tenga bombas atómicas, aviones, pero esas bombas no las puede usar ahí en la oreja de Nuevo México. Vamos pues, mis hermanos, vamos a enseñar en nuestra frente, vamos a enseñar en el eco y el sonido de nuestra voz que estamos enojados, y no por las razones que el anglo se enoja cuando no le hacen sus antojitos. Estamos enojados porque han humillado nuestro idioma, han robado nuestras tierras, nos han humillado y nos han usado como esclavos a control remoto. No hay como el valor. No hay como el valor. El valor quita el miedo. El valor quita las palabras que di chiquitas. El valor retira y espanta el miedo. Eso es lo que dijo el gobierno, estos condenados de Nuevo México chicanos. Ya perdieron el miedo. Se lanzaron sobre la corte de Tierra Amarilla y 5 policías del estado con sus Tommy Guns y sus shotguns corrieron como coyotes cuando vieron ahí a los de la Alianza Federal de Pueblos Libres. Esto es lo que les sé decir, mis hermanos, que cuando no hay miedo, vamos a arrestar guardias de la foresta, como hicimos en el Eco Canyon en el año 22 de octubre de 1966. Arrestamos 2 anglos que estaban acostumbrados por 100 y pico de años, o 200, de que nomás ellos, cuando los arrestaron, parecían limones pálidos de la cara, asustados. Le dijo un reportero, le preguntó a uno de los guardias sentados en Nuevo México, how did you feel when they arrested you in the Echo Canyon? Dijo, ¿cómo dijo? Did you feel funny or something? Dijo el guardia, as funny as a lynching. That's the way it was, as funny as a lynching. ¿Qué les parece? ¿No les gusta la medicina que ellos le dieron a nuestros padres linchando en Texas? Todos nuestros padres, mi padre que murió al 47, abuelo que digo, Santiago Tijerina, murió con cicatrices en el pescuezo, donde colgaron los Texas Rangers para quitarle la Mercedes de Carlota, Texas, que es la de los Tijerinas, porque era el último heredero que quedaba y querían asesinarlo para que ya no hubiera reclamantes. Pero Dios estaba ahí, se salieron 4 hijos de ahí, y de uno de ellos, que era el más cobarde de los 4 hijos, de ahí nací yo, de Antonio Tijerina, que todavía vive de 80 años. Pero mis hermanos, entre nosotros en Nuevo México, en lugar de decir queremos 5 miembros o queremos 5 personas o para que vayan a eso, ¿qué? Decimos queremos 5 valientes, queremos 10 valientes, como los indios, braves, ellos no decían soldiers, decían braves, 5 braves, 4 braves. Pues esto es lo que hay en Nuevo México, mis hermanos. Y no queremos dividirnos con nadie de nuestra sangre y nuestra cultura por diferencias chiquitas de tontería, de nombre y para acá y para allá. No. Queremos dejarle a nuestros hijos una herencia distinguida por el valor y no una tarjetita color de rosa para que se ponga en línea y pida leche de polvo todos los meses. Esa es una herencia cochina, pero la herencia que yo quiero dejarle a mis hijos es una herencia de valor, de pantalones, que ya no se humilla a nadie, nomás a la justicia, porque es el credo de la alianza, el Moro, la justicia es nuestro credo y la tierra nuestra herencia. Dios les ayude y les bendiga, y aquí donde son la minoría, les dé valor, al grado que hagan como dicen los mentirosos en el periódico, que para cada anglo que matan allá en Vietnam, matan 10 Vietcong. Ustedes saben que son puras mentiras. Pues aquí vamos a voltear la cosa al revés, que cada chicano valga por 10 gringos.
Now we are supposed to hear from a man who is fairly well known here in California, throughout the Southwest, because in the last year or so he has become the symbol for the fight for more representation for the Mexican American. Bert Corona, who is the statewide president of MAPA, the Mexican American Political Association, has a long history of community action and organizing. He has organized with unions, rural and urban. He has organized community action programs, and he has, in all of these, shown the same kind of commitment and the same kind of, let's say, expertise. And besides of that, he's an excellent speaker. I hope he tells you the story of the Revolucionario Clásico. But without more, because we are running late, you can have Bert Corona.
Thank you, Brother Risco, brothers and sisters. I'm very, very happy to be here to address students and other people concerned with learning. I have been accused of trying to place too much importance upon the students. Risco and I have a dispute about this, because I keep going to college campuses and telling students that the future of the Mexican American movement lies in your hands, that the future of our people and the final resolution of the problems that we confront in this society, and that the problems that the society has with us, is in the hands of the student movement. It's small, yet it's true, but you only need one grain of salt to spice up a whole meal. And this is the way that I see students. So I'm very, very happy that I have an opportunity to address a young group of dedicated people, people who want to learn about themselves, who want to learn what is to be done, and who have the determination and the commitment to do it. Earlier today, somebody was introducing all the speakers at once, and he mentioned me as an elder statesman and so on and so forth, and it reminds me of the story. I don't feel I'm that old, so I want to tell it. It's a story some of you may have heard about a group of cats, alley cats. And they were in back alley. And it seemed that a big white tomcat was ruling back alley. And all the little brown and black little tomcats and the gray cats were just discriminated against, prohibited from entering black alley, back alley, and getting at the nice she-cats. This big white Tom ruled the roost. And every time one of the little brown ones or gray ones or black ones crept in there, big white Tom used to jump on him, tear him to pieces, so he'd never show his little brown or black or gray nose down black alley, back alley. Finally, as all underprivileged people do, people who are denied for so long, the little brown and black Toms got together and they said, we're going to have a coalition. We can't let things go as they are. Let's devise a plan. Let's plan ahead. Let's work out a system and a strategy and a tactic so that we can regain our manhood again. Get some of those nice, tender little she-cats again. So they devised a plan, and they decided they were going to send a decoy one night to lure out Big White Tom. And they chose a little brave one, un valiente, like Reyes says, a brave one. He went out there, and sure enough, he started meowing, and Big White Tom crept up and says, a little brave one, I'll do him under in no time. And he pounced on him. But as he pounced, black and brown and gray jumped from all over and began to tear out White Tom's ears, bite his tail, tear out his eyes, get at his guts. And he finally, when White Tom saw that there were too many, they were coming from too many directions, he decided this is the time to bug out. And he started running down back alley. But at the end of back alley, there's one of these great big white cyclone fences, about 8 foot high, and they have these little forks up on top like that. And White Tom makes a mighty leap, and just as he's going over, his equipment gets caught. And he clears, and he goes on the other side. And ever since then, he has been functioning as an elder statesman and as a consultant. See? You know. So I don't want to be called yet an elder statesman or a consultant. I was asked to talk a little bit about the political aspects of our movement. It's true that many of the youth, especially the most militant youth of today, do not want to have anything to do with politics. And let me say this, that I don't think that we should blame them, because they have been defrauded, like our forefathers were defrauded, through political maneuvering and machination. But whether we like to admit it or not, whether we like to accept it or not, it's a fact of life that the way this nation rules itself and oppresses us is through political power. And we must and need to develop the mechanisms and the vehicles that can gain some political power for the minority people of America. Because when we do achieve power, we will have to be a political power of our own. Besides that, we can never really find the logical conclusion to the great urge and aspiration for self-determination for black and brown without going through the entire gamut of fighting and achieving a political program. And we find that some of the very things that Brother Reyes Tijerina was saying about Mexican Americans not needing land. The other day I picked up a paper in New Mexico, and this state senator had a headline saying, the Spanish-speaking people of New Mexico do not need land. They need jobs. They need more education. They need more poverty programs. So has the Anglo politician kept on telling us, what do you guys want to get into politics for? It's dirty. Dirty, it's filthy, it's corrupting. The guy who holds the ultimate political power doesn't think so. He uses that power to achieve his goals and his aims and to maintain control of the resources of that nation or that territory over which he controls. But when little people, disadvantaged people, are crying to get in and make their role felt and participate in the ruling of that land and in the use of those resources, then they want dirty political power. Well, we've learned that lesson. We've learned that if power, political power, and political activity is the way the Anglo has used and reused us to obtain his ends, that we have to also use that vehicle, that gun, to achieve our liberation and to accomplish self-determination for the Mexican American and the Spanish-speaking people in the Southwest. As you know, I represent the Mexican American Political Association. It's a non-partisan political organization for the social, economic, cultural, and political betterment of the Mexican American and all other Spanish-speaking people in this nation. It is an independent movement, and even though it was started by 40 middle-class people in 1960, it has been growing and growing, and it has been going through turbulence and change, so that today we can say that it is now solidly affiliated, supportive of, locked in with, identified with the struggles of the farm worker in America, the struggles of Cesar Chavez and all other working people. It is a class movement because 99% of the Mexican American people are working class people. And no political organization with a political program could speak or seek to speak for working people unless it was identified with them, with their struggles, their needs, and seeking to develop a program of liberation for them. So that the Mexican American Political Association is clearly and definitely identified with the struggle of all working people in America to achieve all those things that they need for themselves and their families, besides also seeking to represent and advance the cause of liberation and self-determination for the Mexican American. We are also locked in, supportive of, and joined with fully the struggle of our brothers in northern New Mexico to achieve control, restoration, exploitation, and to benefit themselves of all those lands that were robbed, stolen from them by the U.S. government. Every Mexican American knows that this is true. The things that Reyes Tijerina has been saying now are the things that many of us have hoped to say, have many times felt, have read about. But now the time has come when we have to speak out about these things, and we owe this great debt to Reyes because he is saying them wherever he goes. We have a saying in Spanish, La verdad no peca pero incomoda. And this is the role that has to be played now. And I don't think that in any way we may be called unpatriotic. We are more patriotic than any other people, or as patriotic as anybody else in this land, because we come out of this land. We did not come 3,000 miles across an ocean. And whatever we may advocate for the Southwest, that's our business. You know, Mexico has two principles of its foreign policy, and many, many times they are continually asking Mexico, why do you support Castro? Why are you the only nation below the border that still has relations with Castro? And the Mexican officials keep saying, our foreign policy is guided by the principles that have always guided us, because we are a small nation, because we are a nation that has known colonialism, exploitation, imperialism. And they may well be epitomized by the saying of Benito Juarez, who said, amongst nations as amongst men, the respect of another's rights is peace. El respeto al derecho ajeno es la paz. But more than that, Mexico says our foreign policy, and I'm saying this because we, the Mexican Americans, the other Spanish-speaking people of the Southwest, are still part of Mexico, whether the Anglo likes it or not. I just want to say it, we live in conquered Mexico, occupied Mexico, right here. And Mexico says we believe in the principle and the fact of the non-intervention in the internal affairs of nations and the right of self-determination for all peoples on the face of this earth. Those are the two principles of the Mexican foreign policy. And I would advise our nation, if it is going to exist as a nation and as a society on the face of this earth, that it begin to ponder deeply how it can adopt these two principles as its foreign policy in dealing with other nations. They also asked me to tell you about my philosophy about where we stand today, how we came here. I can just tell you briefly that I believe that we are the buffer. Like Reyes said, we are the buffer of all of Spanish-speaking America. We are the tope. And you look up in the Spanish-English dictionary what tope means. It is the buffer. It is also the topmost extension. It is the buffer between two abrasive materials. The Anglo on the one hand and Hispanic America on the other. And we, the Mexican Americans of the Southwest, have this role assigned to us by history and by nature and by placement, whatever you may call it. And this is what is taking place. We have been buffed down, sanded down almost to nothing by the Anglo, but we're still here. We're still here. We're not going to go anyplace. And we're getting rougher and rougher. And the youth, the people sitting out here, are going to make it mighty much more rougher on the Anglo and on this society than we did. So being the topmost part of the ramrod, because that's also a definition of tope, and being the hardest portion of that, we are identified by another Mexican saying, que la bastilla es lo más fuerte de la falda. We are the hem of the skirt, and as you know, the hem is always tougher and firmer than the rest of the skirt. And we have been overlapped by the Anglo, his culture, his language, his oppression, his conquest. But we will survive, and together with other minorities, with our black brothers, and those Anglos who still have a pure heart and a brave mind, together we will overcome. And together we will find liberation for all of us. And we will accomplish the right of self-determination, the possession of lands, the possession of language, the possession of culture, and the flowering of all these things that should have flowered freely in the Southwest United States. Of this I am sure. We must have a program to accomplish this. And today, when we talk of having programs, I'm not talking about just getting more poverty programs, just getting more compensatory education, just having more urban renewal and all this. We're saying that the kinds of programs that must come out of the political machinery of the Mexican American in California and the Southwest must speak out to jobs and income. We're talking about a program that will double and quadruple, and must double and quadruple the income of every Mexican American family in these United States. That is the best poverty program, and we don't care how that is done, but it must be done. And we talk about education, we're not talking about a few more scholarships and 2% is not going to be doubled to 4% getting into the state universities. We say that we need 100,000 Mexican American youngsters in colleges and universities, and we don't care if they finished high school. We just want them to be tested on the basis of their motivation, their desire to get in and learn and master for themselves the tools so that they can lead their people along the path of self-determination. And this is a goal. 100,000 Mexican American youngsters, dropouts, kickouts, delinquents, former narco users, present narco users, we don't care. We need these youngsters in the colleges and the universities now. And the same goes for housing. We don't want any more of what's going on in Maravilla. Every freeway joins over there. They managed to find ways of routing the freeways and joining them where the Chicanos and the black brothers live. In my hometown of Oakland, southern Alameda County, they planned a freeway that was going to miss the old town of Dakota and Alvarado. But then when the planners got together and were going to make the final decision, they said, no, but how can we leave this one go by? So they rerouted and put a tit in the road of the freeway. It's going to blast and blitz the Colonia, like they've done in East Los Angeles, in East San Jose. but like they could not do in the Mission District in San Francisco because the Chicano and the other Spanish-speaking and the black brothers who live in the Mission formed a coalition of 100 organizations, and they sat in to the Board of Supervisors every day and one morning until 4 o'clock in the morning to defeat urban renewal and urban redevelopment in the Mission. And that's what has got to be done in every barrio in the Southwest. We want our barrios. We want to live together. We like each other. We like our language, and we like our tortillas and our frijoles and our panaderías. So we don't want to be removed. We just want all this to be better. Better barrios, better colonias, and better Mexicanos, better Chicanos. That's what we're talking about. And we talk about housing. We're talking about, in California, we need 100,000 new homes. New homes for migratory farm workers, for the poor in all our barrios, homes that they can afford. We don't want any more of this. We're going to clear out 500 acres, destroy 8,000 homes, and then later on we're going to rebuild something for you like they've done in Oakland, where they've destroyed 8,000 low-cost houses and haven't built one in the last 10 years. They haven't built one. So that the colonia in Oakland that used to be straddling the most expensive portion of Oakland, where we had stores and we had meeting halls and we had churches. We even had 3 national churches of the Catholic denomination that still spoke everything in Spanish. And now the colonia is like a string bean. It's 18 miles long and 2 blocks wide. And I ask you, how can any merchant, how can any cultural center, how can any church retain its client population and build anything for them? How can we have political power when this is planned in the destruction of our barrios, which goes along and follows the gerrymandering process that has made it impossible for us in California to have one single assemblyman in the state legislature or to have one single state senator. The Anglo did that in 1960. We didn't control the legislation, and you must be denounced for it. And Mexicanos and black brothers and all Anglos who understand this must join together in a planned program to accomplish representation by Mexicanos of the Mexicano community in California and Sacramento. And this we've got to work and we've got to plan it, because we want to send the kind of Mexicanos up there that will not sell us out. We don't want the kind of Mexicanos that exist in Nuevo Mexico. We want the kind of Mexicano that is responsive to the needs and the aspirations of the Mexicano Colonia. And so I invite each and every one of you to go to Roosevelt High School this Sunday at 10 o'clock. If you really believe that the Mexicano needs support, come down to our community endorsement convention so that we can elect 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 assemblymen and state senators and elect the kind of guy that is responsible and that is responsive to the kinds of ideas and needs that have been expressed over this platform today. This is what we need. We need a planned program, because no revolution is successful unless we can have a planned document and we have an answer for the needs of people all the way across the board. The Güero is a very slick cat. He has got the cybernetics machined out and figured out so that he has his plan clear into existence. He's planned to even maybe escape and go to Mars in case things get too hot here. And I'm reminded of a story of those Mexicanos who were crossing from Juarez back to El Paso on the streetcar. And the headline was, Russia has the atom bomb. And this Mexicano says to the other, fíjate nomás, ya agarró la bomba Rusia, ¿qué fregados nos van a hacer? And the other one says, don't worry, no te apures. Y dice, déjalos que se den en la madre, a ver si nos dejan en paz estos gringos. And so the sequel to that joke was when when the United States put up its first manned spaceship. And this Mexicano says to the other one, fíjate nomás, y estos gringos hasta el espacio se van a ir hasta la luna. Deja que se vayan estos demonios, a ver si nos dejan esta tierra en paz. But everything is planned, and we have to have a plan. We don't want to be like in the story of Periquillo Sarmiento, or like the story in La Vida Inútil de Pito Pérez. Some of you may have read it, by Rubén Romero. This little guy who had been the dropout, the delinquent in his little town in Mexico when the revolution hit, who was starving to death. He was so miserable he had to marry an old stinking widow so he could get some tortillas and frijoles. And when the revolution came, he saw his opportunity for self-liberation. So he joined the revolution. I mean, many of you read this story. And when he came back, after he had almost frozen to death in the sierras of the Tarahumara in Chihuahua, after he had almost died of thirst in the deserts of Sonora, after he had been in the jungles of Guerrero and Morelos in Tabasco, after he had suffered all the deprivations of the revolution in Mexico, and now he was coming back to his hometown, where he'd been the dropout, the kick-out, the delinquent. And he was going to ride this beautiful white horse he had stolen from this hacienda down the main street of his little town. And he's coming in, he's telling his buddies, ahora sí, manos, aquí jodemos. And as he's walking down, as he's riding this beautiful white charger, and he sees who's reviewing the troops, the triumphant troops of the revolution, there sits the moneylender, now with a revolutionary uniform, no tie, the way the Mexican revolutionary generals used to wear it, and a little hat. There sits a former priest, now turned layman. There sits the guy who used to cheat him out of the pulque. There sits the hacendado who now joined the revolution. All the crooks are sitting up there on the balcony reviewing the troops of the revolution. And when he finishes the parade, Pito Pérez lost all hope. He became a permanent delinquent. From then on, he refused to take a bath. One of the original hippies. He refused to change his clothes. La gabardina ya se le acababa. The gabardina is the coat that Chicanos wear. He was like Cantinflas, wound up like Cantinflas. He never worked. He vowed that he would never work. He was going to be a cheat out, a lockout, a dropout, you name it, because he had been defrauded. All these years he'd suffered, thought he'd liberated himself from the stinking, dirty widow, gone and exposed his life, been wounded and everything, and then to find how he had been defrauded. So the time came when he died. He died. And he was walking up the stairs, and they told him, no, you go down below. You've been the worst kind of human being. You don't belong upstairs. You belong downstairs. So he says, well, look, St. Peter, look, I know I was no good. I didn't work, and I'm Pito Pérez. I was the original dropout and all that. He said, let me get in there and stick my neck in there. Let me take a look inside of heaven and see how it looks, and then fine, then I'll be happy. So he goes up to heaven, and who does he see? The former priest with a big, long, gold cigarette holder driving a big Cadillac. He sees the moneylender up there driving a Continental with two blondes. He sees the hacendado up there just gorging himself fat. He looks up there, all his enemies, the guy who used to cheat him out of the pulque, the guys who used to beat him in the streets, the cops, all the racist cops were up there. And then he turns to St. Peter and he says, no, I'm going to go down below where I belong, because that's where I'm going to be happy. So we've got to have a plan. We've got to have a plan, and we have to learn to use all this anger, not to be sold out, but to plan together, to plot together how we can get what is justly ours into our hands, so that it can produce fruit for ourselves and our children, and so that we can live in dignity and with respect. And we have to build the kind of political understanding that we have to build a new society with new political forms. And we have to build an independent political operation of the Mexican American in this United States that protects them, that provides them with a vehicle to act in politics, that prevents them from being sold out like the Chicanos sold out in New Mexico and South Texas by Chicanos in political power, judges, assemblymen, DAs and the like, that persecute the people so that they can be thrown out. We've got to have this kind of organization in the barrios. And we don't belong to any party. Not these kinds of parties, the two parties. We would belong to some other parties. That's our right. But we're not going to be in the bag of the Republican or the Democratic Party. And we need everybody. We need the brains. We need the people who have preparation like yourselves. We need writers. We need all sorts of people. And this reminds me of the story that Risco asked me to tell. This is a story, true story about Pancho Villa, the story of the Revolucionario Clásico. As you remember, when the 1910 revolution broke out in Mexico, all kinds of people from all walks of life came to assist Francisco Madero, el mártir de la revolución, to overthrow the dictator Porfirio Díaz. But after 2 years, Madero was assassinated by the usurper Huerta, who became a dictator. And so then Pancho Villa went back into the mountains of Chihuahua and reassembled all his troops, all his loyal dorados, the golden ones who had helped him to overthrow the dictatorship. And one came, Sabas Gutierrez, one of his old former dropouts who had joined the revolution. Sabas came up and says, Mi General, what can I do for you? He says, you can do a great thing for me. You know the whole republic, Sabas. I want you to go to Sonora, and I want you to go and talk to Dr. Gomez, that great doctor who was such a great thinker for the revolution. And ask him that all the loyal supporters of the revolution are in the mountains now. We're up here in the Sierra de la Tarahumara, and we need his revolutionary participation. And I want you to go down into southern Mexico and go talk to Dr. Marquez, that great orator who used to mesmerize and enchant the masses with his beautiful revolutionary oratory. We need him back up here in the mountains. We need everybody. And then I want you to go to Veracruz, to the Pacific coast, and I want you to go and talk to Dr. Gonzalez, that great writer. Tell him that we need him up here now, that the revolution is marching again to overthrow the usurper and the dictatorship that has now reimposed itself on our people. So Sabas went, and he went to Sonora and he talked to Dr. Gomez. And Dr. Gomez says, after he listens to the plea, he says, Compañero Sabas, I want you to tell my general, mi general Francisco Villa, that I am with him. My heart is with him. But tell him that I am a classic revolutionary. I revolt with my brain. I'm an intellectual. All of us have our chosen role. And tell him that I cannot believe in the shedding of blood. I cannot go to the mountains and join him because I'm a classic revolutionary. Sabas came back and he went down to southern Mexico and he talked to Dr. Professor Marquez, a great orator, and he told him, General Villa needs you up there in the mountains of northern Mexico. The armed struggle is about to begin. We need everybody. We need your great help, and so on and so forth. And Professor Marquez says, you tell mi General Pancho Villa that I'm with him, carne y uña, flesh and tentacles, flesh and nails. I'm with him. The cause is ours. We're brothers in the cause. But tell him that I am a revolucionario clásico. Tell him that my role is a spoken word. Tell him that when the revolution triumphs and comes to the Zócalo in Mexico City, when he has 100,000 souls there, that I will then fulfill my role of being a great revolutionary orator. Tell him that I cannot shed blood. I'm a classic revolutionary. And I'm here in spirit, but I cannot be there in the flesh. And Sabas lowers his head and goes to Veracruz, sneaks through the lines and everything, and goes to Professor Gonzalez and tells him the same thing. Professor Gonzalez says, you tell mi General Francisco Villa that I cannot go with him this time. Tell him that I am a revolutionary of the pen. Soy el revolucionario clásico y no puedo ver que se vierta la sangre. I cannot see the shedding of blood. I fight with a pen. And that's where I can help him. So Sabas goes back, and he is nearing now the campsite up in the mountains beyond the snow line. And he sees the fires, and he's very sad. He figures Pancho Villa certainly is going to shoot me because I failed. I haven't been able to get any of these leaders to come. And so he comes into the headquarters, and he tells Pancho Villa the story, and he's very sad. And Pancho says, well, that's all right, Sabas, you tried. Here's a take this bottle of tequila, go out and warm yourself up, and take your beautiful mare and have her fed here. And Salvador was so happy he started to run out. And then he thought something had been bothering him. He stopped and he says, wait a minute, Pancho. You know, I'm puzzled. Tell me, what do they mean by classic revolutionary? And Pancho says, pues miedo, pendejo. It means, maybe I should translate it it means fear, you damn fool. So we have to overcome this fear. And like Reyes said, once we are traveling with valor in our hearts, then there cannot exist fear in our hearts. And once we're traveling with a plan in our pocket, then the Anglo and his crooked ways and his cybernetics and all that cannot destroy us or keep us from our goal. And when we are moving with the youth and the strength and the energy of the youth, we'll get there. And we shall overcome, and I don't mean tomorrow, we are going to overcome now. And we're going to have the Southwest as a bilingual and as an integral part of the Spanish-speaking people, the Mexican-American, operating hands on the faucets of its wealth. This is what we're for.
I think that this audience is very lucky. In a little while, we're going to have questions and answers, and you'll be able to ask any questions you want. But before, we're going to have another speaker. Now, this speaker that we're going to have now is known to many of you. You have heard him, you have seen him, and to many of us, he's very important. To many of us that have worked with him. He was born in Delano, where the grape strike began. He was a migrant farm worker for years, and finally he was able to go to school, and for a while he seemed to have forgotten who he was. And he wanted to have a future in a given area of entertainment. When the strike began in Delano, he left what he was doing and went down to Delano, and he there not only worked in the strike, helped organize, but he also created what is today the only real, original expression of theater arts to come out of the struggle of the people. Plus, he's also beginning to work in a whole cultural center for the farm workers in California, for the farm workers in the Southwest, mostly Mexican Americans. And he's beginning with the people that work with him near Fresno to develop the whole area of writing in comic books, poetry, theater, and all forms of expression, the real history, the real story, not of what the textbooks say, but of how the people have felt throughout the years of what it means to be a captive, and what it means to want liberation, and what it means to say, we are la raza nueva. And I'm going to introduce now Luis Valdez.
Gracias.
I object. This podium was made for an Anglo, obviously. You know, you see. There's a can here that's going to be going around, and maybe we can start it off. I'll get to the point later on. You know the point. Órale pues, vatos. I've been listening to some of the speeches. I was over at the airport for about 3 hours, so I didn't know what else happened before that. I'd like to start with semantics. It's a favorite topic of mine. Semantics. The use of the word Mexican-American. I don't like it. I don't like Spanish-American. I don't like Latin American. I don't like Mexican. I don't like any of those terms because they're in English. Those are the terms of them guys for us. No Chicano came up with Mexican-American. There's certain things implicit in that word, you know. American, Mexican, and that stupid little hyphen in the middle, you know. One day we're going to drop this section over here, the Mexican part, we're going to drop it, and we're all going to become Americans. We're all going to melt into the pot and become Americans. Well, I don't think this is going to happen with la raza. It's not going to happen con la raza, and it's not going to happen with our black brothers. America is growing up. It's got to grow up to one thing. That not all the people are the same, and not all the people came from Europe. Some of the people was here first. And those people refer to themselves as raza. Raza. Not Mexicoamericanos, not Hispanoamericanos, really. It's raza. We've always been raza from here all the way back to Mexico, and we'll always be raza. So, there's raza. It's our term for ourselves. There's another term for them guys. Los gabachos. Not the Anglos. Not the Anglos. They're not all Anglos. Son gabachos. That's what we've always used. And we raza know that. We raza know, we refer to ourselves as raza, and we know that those vatos have always been gabachos. And it's time we started using those terms because that's honest. The blacks are human enough and beautiful enough to call themselves blacks. We're raza. They call the white people white. All right, they're gabachos too. Now what does all that mean? Let's examine some of the terms. Some of the terms. For Chicano, what terms have we had, for the raza that they've given us? Chili chokers? Taco benders? Greasers? And then, the most ridiculous one, Mexican. Mexican, a lot of so-called Mexican Americans, pardon me, Mexican American, I'm a Mexican American. I'm a Mexican American. That doesn't mean anything. Mexican American, it means you're here, you're a transitional thing. Who wants to be a transitional thing? We've been here for a long time. We're not passing away, we're not going through any phase that's going to get rid of us. Okay, so they call us chili chokers, taco benders, and this is where we get to the most ridiculous term of all, Mexican. Mexican, when Mexicans react to Mexican, I'm not Mexican, I'm Spanish, man, cool it, That's absurd. That's absurd when a Mexican can say, I'm not Mexican. Who has done that? Who has done that? Los gabachos have done that. From the very beginning, los gabachos have done that. That's right. They have imposed those terms on us, and we've accepted them, man, just like we've accepted the whole bag. We've taken it all in. Their terms for us, their food for us, their schools for us, their ways of life for us, their goddamn IBM cards for us, and we've taken it and swallowed it. That's right. But we turn that around. Estos gabachos, estos bolillos, Estos gringos secos. Estos gringos secos. There's something in that. Gringos secos. For those of you who don't know, that means a dry gringo. Like Nabisco shredded wheat, a dry gringo. Like white bread, a dry gringo. Like mashed potatoes, seco, seco, seco. That's right. You compare this bread, to tortillas, for Christ's sake. Tortillitas bien calentitas, con frijoles. Things with guts in them. Things with guts in them. When have you ever seen Chicanos in any cantina, man, go to a bar to sulk, Sit there with their martinis or something. Hell no, mano, está con las cervezas, and they go, ah, Entrale, mano. And that's life. That's life speaking from the very gut. That's raza, la palomilla, los chicanos. That's us, la raza. And everything in this society, since it got to us, we didn't come to it, it got to us, Since it got to us, it's tried to suppress that. I was talking to a Chicano in Mexico once, and he said, what's wrong with the United States? There's too much law. Everywhere you turn, there's a law, You can't do this without, following this rule or that rule or that rule or that rule or that rule, Now, in Mexico, you got mordiditas and all that, but it's freer, It's more human. That's right. Buildings aren't built just to be demolished, in the next couple of years, They're built to stand. They're dope. Buildings will stand for 200, 300, 400, 500 years. Nothing in this society is like that. People gotta be on the move, man, and they gotta change, and they gotta change right now. And you better change according to the pattern. You better become gabacho. That's right. That's what they want you all to become. That's what they want all of us to become. Gabachos. Gringos. That's what they call Norteamericanos. Let's examine that term. Norteamericano. What the hell does that mean? Norteamericano. These great gods from the north, right? We're Norteamericanos too, right? All right. What is North America? North America is Canada, los Estados Unidos, Mexico, Cuba, the Dominican Republic, etc., etc., etc. That is North America. North America. And yet, these people in the United States have reserved that Norteamericanos for themselves. They call themselves, we prefer to be called in Mexico, Norteamericanos. We're North Americans. They're not North Americans. They're not the only North Americans. Canadians are North Americans. Mexicans are North Americans. Cubans are North Americans. Fidel Castro, norteamericano. And they've also reserved the thing called American to themselves. American. We are Americans, los americanos. Well, that's a lot of bullshit because they're Americans from here to Tierra del Fuego, You know that. You know that. You know that they're there. All of them are Americanos, every last one of them. So what are they going to call themselves here? What are they going to call themselves? United States of North America. All right. We're raza. We know we're raza because raza extends from here, from Colorado, from New Mexico, from Arizona, from California, all the way down to Mazatlan and, Yucatan and all of those places. That's raza. We know where we are and we know what we are. Do the gabachos know what they are? Do they know what they are? Do they know what they are? The gabachos? Gabachos, how have they defined themselves? That's right. So I'm saying we're raza, and we know we've always been raza. In Del Rey, we're working on culture. It is we're not trying to invent our culture, We're not really trying to rediscover it because it's always been there. It's been there longer than the United States. There have always been Chicanos in cantinitas someplace in California singing songs every night. Every night there's some Chicano drunk in California. It has been that way for 500 years. All right, so what does it mean? Raza, you know? We're very pretty, you know. Our culture is very, very colorful. We do Mexican hat dances, you know. And now it seems like we're getting a full measure of equality because we have taco bars. You know? Great, we're making it, you know? You know, have you seen what they've done to the taco, for Christ's sake? Have you seen what have you seen what they've done to the burrito? My God, you know? They've slaughtered it. That's right. It became an item to sell, you know, not to enjoy, not to really relish, you know. You go to Mexico, you get these taquitos, you know, you get them right off the street with the germs and everything, you know, cucarachas, you know. That's right. But you survive, you know, because that's right, you survive because there's something in the human body and something in the human soul that develops, you know, what you call them, you know, kind of like antibodies, you know, resistance. You get used to life. Life is life. You are life, you know. But this society won't face that. This society is trying to sterilize everything and sterilize its Mexicans as they go along, you know. Here comes a Mexican. They cut his hair, shave off his mustache, put it clean clothes, you know, and there he is, a Mexican American. So what do we want? Do we want just our language? No, we want the right to live. That's what we ask, the right to live. The right to be human. This is a society that is waging a war against the people very much like Chicanos. You ever seen the Chicanos up in Oaxaca? They look oriental. Los indios. That's right, that's part of our heritage, you know? Because what is raza? It means race. Now don't get alienated, Gabachos, because, you know, race! Which race? Which raza? Which race? That's right, you know, we're no race at all. We're not. You look at a Chicano, I mean a Mexican, a real one, you know, with fleas and everything. You look at him, you know, and they come in all categories. They're short, tall, blonde, black, brown, blue-eyed, green-eyed, brown-eyed. They're all colors and all shapes. You see them, you know. But they're unmistakable when you see them because they're practicing a culture, you know, but they're all colors. As far as race is concerned, we represent the whole shot, man, the whole spectrum. That's right. You look at the history. You look at the history of the raza. You look at the history of the raza. Where do we come from? 20,000 years ago, some Indians crossed over from Asia, crossed the Bering Strait, then they populated the whole American continent, 2 continents. They populated the whole thing, you know. They mass-produced. All right, so that basic layer was there, and it always has been there, you know. It has always been there. Okay, over on the other side in Europe, you know, there was a little Iberian peninsula, which became Spain. There was a little raw, wild tribe called los Iberos, the Iberians, some few thousand years ago. They got a migration, an invasion of sorts, a cultural invasion from the sort, from the north by the Celts, the Scandinavians. They were a white people. So they merged and they formed los Celtiberos, the Celtiberians, the basis of the Spanish race. But then you got another invasion, right? They came up from Africa, los Moros, the Bloods, man, our brothers, you know. Llegaron, you know, and then they intermixed, they intermarried, you know. They had culture in Cordoba. The streets were lighted when the Dark Ages were in Europe, you know. They got Dark Ages, maybe. We don't got Dark Ages, you know. They're trying to pull the same stuff on us today, you know. These poor culturally deprived Mexican children, you know. Culturally deprived my ass, man. We're not deprived, you know. We're not deprived. We're not deprived. They're deprived. They're the ones that are deprived. We're not. We got a hell of a lot of culture, baby, and it's right there. You know where it is? It's all around us. It's in the barrios. It's in the valleys. That's where you find it. But to get back to this raza thing, what does it mean then? All right, what do we got? We got Oriental blood. That's where the Indians come from. We got European blood and African blood. So what raza are we talking about? What raza? La raza humana. Okay. So this is why I'm saying, I don't think Gavacho should get alienated by all our talk. You know, Chicanos, I hope, will begin to talk more freely. You know, when we begin to talk about Gavachos, you know, I hope they don't get alienated. You know why? Because we're trying to save the goddamn country, man. That's why, you know. That's right. This country is a promise. This country was a promise to the whole world. They're still going to have they had the first revolution here of independence. All kinds of democratic principles came out. It was supposed to be a land of equality. And it ain't. It isn't if you're Mexican. It isn't if you're black. It isn't if you're Oriental. And you know damn well it's this way. Because a Chicano goes in there and he tries to be a Chicano and they won't let him be Chicano. You gotta shave off that mustache, baby. Not anymore. You gotta eat their food. You know, no cop comes up and says, no, pum, pum, you gotta eat American food. You know, and it's nothing like that. They got a more powerful weapon. They got TV sets in every home. That's right. They got their schools, which lie to us. They don't even cover areas that pertain to us. Have we heard of Tiburcio Vázquez? Have you heard of Tiburcio Vázquez? Huh? You know, when the Kern County Line Company was taking over half of the valley, Tiburcio Vázquez was in there, man, doing his jobs too, you know. But he's a bandit. And the Kern County Line Company is respectable. They're American. They're business-like. That's right. Tiburcio Vázquez, what did Tiburcio Vázquez want, man? He wanted enough for some beer, you know. That's what he wanted, you know. For some food, for some frijoles, you know, a horse or two once in a while. And he's the bandit. He's the bandit, and the Kern County Line Company and the Bank of America and the Southern Pacific and all those vatos that steal billions of dollars every year are respectable organizations, corporations that will begin to hire Mexican Americans soon. So they tell you not to rock the boat. They tell you not to rock the boat, you know. Try become American. Acculturate. What's wrong with these Mexican people? I mean, the Italians came over and they acculturated. The Jews came over, they acculturated. You know, the North Germans, the Irish, they point the Irish to us all the time and say, the Irish did it, why can't you people do it? You can turn around and say, well, why didn't you do it, you know? California was Mexico. And you swiped it from us. That's as clear as it is. That's right, it was clear as that. They swiped it from us. That's a historical fact, you know. That's it, they swiped it. Ladrones, cabrones, that's what it was. You know. And they're never gonna get around that. They took half of the national territory of Mexico. And what do they give us back? Welfare programs. They give us migrant education. They give us war on poverty programs. What we need is a war on wealth. That's what we need in this country, not a war on poverty. So I'm saying, the Anglos, the Gavachos, the Gringos, they shouldn't become alienated. You know why? Because they're exploited too. The middle class is one of the most exploited groups of people in this whole wide world because they're supporting this country and they're being suckered every minute, every day, every second. Somebody's making $1 million, man, and they don't even know it. They go home and they see Walter Cronkite, you know, and they believe him, man, you know. They go home and they see Huntley and Brinkley, a nice, a couple of nice, good-looking gabachos, and they believe that. They believe in the war. They believe, oh God, they believe in Lyndon Johnson. How did Lyndon Johnson get into office? He's from South Texas. Have you ever been in South Texas? Have you ever been in South Texas? You know where people go shop in South Texas? You know where they go enjoy themselves? They go across the border, man, some civilization. They don't want to stay in South Texas. South Texas is bad, believe me, but that's Lyndon Johnson territory, my fellow Americans. My fellow Americans, Old President Posterior, man, Now he's talking about this war, this war of intervention. Like the one they had on Mexico. Like the intervention against Pancho Villa in 1915. Intervention, we Chicanos know about that because we've lived with it. We live in occupied California. We're a conquered people in the Southwest. And they don't even let us talk our own language in the schools. I don't mean in classes, because we got to get hip, baby. To who the bosses are, we learn their language, right? To know where they are. But they won't let us speak. That's right. We go to schools, What do they do with our kids? They put masking tape on their mouths. As if Spanish, as if Spanish was a filthy speech movement or something, It's an honest, time-honored language with a literature of its own and its own great men and its own great poetry.
Beautiful language in the world.
That's right. It's a language to make love by. You can't kick that, man. There it is, All right. So what do they want to do with us? They want us to go to work for these corporations, and they want us to go to work for these foundations, and they want us to go work for these factories, Because then we'll be afraid of losing our jobs. Then we'll be afraid of being knocked out of this whole intricate system which is America. This whole intricate system which produces the TV sets, and the lousy TV programs, and the lousy bread, and the lousy prefabricated, planned obsolescent crap they sell for furniture and cars and houses. They're trying to prove to us that a hamburger, is social progress over the taco, That's right, and that the American way is the most, it's the most beautiful way. These stucco homes, are the peak of civilization. The peak that represents is the peak that somebody's making a fast buck on those housing programs. Have you ever seen a Mexican house? Have you ever seen the way it's designed? It's human. It's big, with windows that open, and a patio, if they can afford it. That's right, a patio, and the kitchens are open. They're open so the air can come in. Yeah, with germs and everything, but they come in. They come in and you can stand it, you can get over it, People have done wonderful things. The West used to be that way. But look at the buildings here in America. Look how airtight they are. They're airtight. You don't get any air in here. They're air conditioned. Natural air isn't any good anymore. You gotta have air conditioning. And you get these in homes, That's right. You got air-conditioned clothes and all of this, So a Chicano puts on the monkey suit, He puts on the suit and he puts on the tie and he says, hey, man, he made it, Pendejos, That's right. They think they've made it. They've lost it. They've lost their blanquillos. That's what they've lost. That's right. That's what happened. So what does all this mean? Where does it get back to? What are we talking about? Right, they're calling us terms, Mexican-American. They want us to accept that Mexican-American because sooner or later we're going to drop that Mexican. And we're going to be one more people, one more robot, one more group, functioning in this system. This system that is making key individuals, key companies, key corporations very rich every minute. And these are the cats that are pushing the war in Vietnam. These are the cats that are pushing the Minutemen. These are the cats that are pushing the annihilation of the blacks and the annihilation of the raza if we don't keep our mouths shut. The annihilation of Reyes Tijerina. It's these vatos that are living off the rest of the country. And why am I angry? I think we've all seen it. Have you ever seen a raza in their homes with their rotten teeth and tuberculosis, their mental disease? Have you ever seen that? Who creates that? Stupidity of the raza? The stupidity of the raza because we prefer to eat tacos and prefer to talk Spanish? No, man, it's these vatos that are creating these automatons called the middle class. The same system that's developing the gabachos. That's right. That's right. There's suffering in this country, and there's poverty. And we're down at the bottom. And the promise of America has not been met. This is not equality. Equality is when one group can come in and say, I'm this way, you'll accept me. Just like the Indians went, we're this way. They came in with their feathers. We're this way, brother. And what happened? They put him into reservations. They drove him back. And the Indians that want to make it, gotta cut their hair and they gotta start talking straight English. Ladies and gentlemen, we have here a representative from the American Indian, Protective Association or whatever it is, But the Indians, we're going to hear from the Indians, los indios. And we're going to hear it in their own tongue. That's right. So what is Norte America, los Estados Unidos de America? It's a fraud. It's a business deal where somebody is manipulating the government. Down in the San Joaquin Valley, they have a thing called the San Luis Water Project. You heard about it a few years ago because that San Luis Water Project is bringing water to L.A. It's bringing water to Los Angeles. You heard about that. The need for water here. They brought it from up north, remember? Huh? That water project is crossing right down the West Valley, the San Joaquin West Valley. You think your life isn't connected to the farm workers? Right down the West Valley. There's a water restriction, supposedly. According to law, there's supposed to be water restrictions as to who's receiving subsidized water. Huh? These cats aren't receiving any of that. I mean, subsidies or restrictions or anything like that. They're receiving the subsidy, let me tell you. But they're not receiving the restriction. It's free. It's open. They can get as much water as they want. These are billionaires, millionaires. Southern Pacific. Russell Giffen, a grower. Bank of America. The LA Times. No wonder the LA Times was in favor of it, The LA Times owns 200,000 acres as you go into the valley, the Tejon Ranch. And they're going to get all that free water running right down the middle of their ranch. Yeah, they were in favor of water for LA citizens. What does all this mean in the future? There's a freeway that's being built right alongside the canal, 4 lanes. Nobody's on it. Do you know why? Because it starts nowhere and it ends nowhere. Highway 99 is clogged. But they built this brand new freeway out here. Somebody's planning 20 years ahead, because they know the towns are going to sprout up. Who owns the land that the towns are going to be built on? Who owns the water? Who's going to be richer? A friend of mine says that there's a joke in Congress that there's never been a great congressman from California. That's why. Because these bastards have all that land. Tierra! Which they took away from the Chicano. That's what it's going to come down to. That's right. That's what it's going to come down to. That's what it's going to come down to. It's already come down to that, up to that. Various other countries. To switch back to the terms that they call us, one term that we used to use a lot, we the raza, when we were just barely making it in the society, was Latin American. Latin American. It's very vague. It's very good, Latin American. It's almost soothing, It's almost white. You think Latin. Well, that was Julius Caesar, my God, Latin American. So they'll let you use Latin American. They'll let you use it so long as you don't start talking about Latin Americans like Che Guevara. You mention Che Guevara and you're it, you're out. Or Fidel Castro. Or Sandino. Or any of the great heroes from Latin America. The Southwest, and this is Reyes Tijerina has said this, is an extension of Latin America. And we are, baby. We're the first to be conquered. We're the first ones. We're inside the belly of the shark. That's the thing. We're inside of it. That's right, and we live it, you know, right here in all these juices. Che Guevara! They don't like us for that. You can go there for cultural reasons, to listen to all these speakers in Spanish. In Cuba, you know, you can't do that. Because them guys are communists, you know. Nah, they're Cubanos. There's only one place where they really accept Chicanos, Mexicanos. You know where that is? That's Cuba. I know because I've been there. In 1964, 2 Chicanos, the Mexican-American delegation, you know. We went there, and we saw. We talked to people. The most impressive thing was that they opened up their arms. You know, they said, "You're Mexican. Eres mexicano." Beautiful. Eres mexicano, you know. And the chicks, they all used to come up to me, you know. And they used to like to hear me talk. I say, why? Porque me gusta la cancioncita de tu voz. Uy, uy, uy. That's right. And the gabachos have to get used to the fact that we're going to start talking about Latin America. You're damn right we're going to start talking about Latin America. They can't take that away from us. That's part of our culture too. Because Mexico needs a revolution again. But Mexico can't do anything because they've got it by the cojones, man. Do you know who has it? You know who has it by the cojones? It's the United States that has it by the cojones. That's right. All those tourists, man, you get rid of them, you know, if you start a revolution down there. So who's going to do it? Which Chicanos are going to lead the next Mexican revolution? The Chicanos the United States can't get to. The Chicanos inside the belly of a shark. La raza, nosotros, we're going to lead that revolution. Y si se nos ponen al brinco, a ver chingazos, mano. That's right. That's right. You know, Chicanos are very pacified. That's what they do with these war on poverty programs. I think they pacify us. They buy us out. They settle us down. They've done the same thing to the blacks. They've done the same thing to the blacks. But they do that to us. You know, they pacify us. Here you go. So much money, boy. Don't stir up too much trouble, you know. Don't talk barrio. Don't talk raza. Don't be a man. Play the game. You can't play with this goddamn game. You cannot play with it without getting sucked in. They got to come and start playing to us. That's right. They got to stop. You know, one thing, Kennedy gets assassinated. Americans are shocked. They're very naive, you know. Think of our Mexican history. Who was shot? Who was killed? Madero. Francisco y Madero was shot and killed. Who was shot? Carranza. Who was shot? Zapata. Who was shot? Villa. Who was shot? Obregón. They got rid of all of them. They killed them. They paid for their revolution with their lives. That's right. There's a monster here. All this technology, all of this order, all of these records. There's a monster there. You got to put your finger on it. Those are the gabachos. Them's the gabachos. So we got to first stand up and talk straight to the gabachos. Y en español, ¿verdad? Para que aprendan, para que aprendan. Tienen que aprender a hablar el español. Les hemos dado una chance ya por 300 años, mano. ¿Qué quieren? ¿Qué es lo que quieren? ¿Qué es lo que quieren? You know what we want? I propose one thing. I made it a point to come here to suggest one constructive thing. One thing. We need a Mexican-American university. No, raza university. Necesitamos una universidad. I propose that the government pay for the damn thing. I propose that the government pay for the damn thing, provides the technical skill.
Could we all please be seated? There's plenty of seats up front for those of you that are in the back that would care to come up forward. Hay muchos asientos en el frente. Si gustan venirse más cerca, tengan la bondad de sentarse aquí al frente.
Really go.
On behalf of the United Mexican American Students of UCLA and the Associated Students of UCLA, I'd like to welcome you to this, the Mexican American Symposium here at UCLA. At this time, I would like to recognize those groups which are with us this morning, those that are part of the movement of the Mexican American in the Southwest and our allies. I'd like to recognize the Community Service Organization of Fresno, the Mexican American Students Association of Fresno State and Fresno City College, our own Brown Berets from Los Angeles, Operation Sarah, which is here in Santa Monica, our friends from the Black Student Union, the Latin American Civic Association, another one of our black groups, us, the East LA Writers Workshop, the Mexican American Political Association and its various chapters, specifically the one from Blythe that's with us today, and of course, when we leave the good part to the end all the time, the United Mexican American student chapters at the various campuses, Cal State, LA, San Fernando Valley State, San Fernando City College, Loyola University, Long Beach State, the University of Southern California. Would you believe that? We've got them in the back today. University of California at Santa Barbara, and the MASA chapters are affiliates in the junior college at Los Angeles City College, and of course my home school, East Los Angeles College. Oh, incidentally, the UMAS chapter from UCLA is here too. To acquaint you with the program today, I'd like to merely say a few words about UMAS and the purpose of this symposium. For those of you that may have not been here in 1848 when our forefathers gave the official welcome to the Anglo-American community, we have since, we the members of the Mexican community throughout the Southwest, recognized that we are not included in what is known as American society merely because we, as a people that were taken by annexation, we who were vanquished on the field of battle, so to speak, those of us who lost our lands because we refused to give up our heritage, our identity, our language, our religion, our customs, and our traditions, were persecuted in a merciless, barbarous way. Throughout the Southwest, the Mexican people were driven into a position of inferiority, shamed, ridiculed, killed, maimed, wounded. In time, they were hanged too, weren't they? In time, the Mexican community was dispersed, was lost. Years later, Mexican-American young men who were called out of bondage to go and fight for this country, on return, realized that their people had not really, as a matter of fact, had not even begun to be considered American citizens in spite of all that they were being asked to do. In spite of the fact that these were the people who made the Southwest, who built it, who settled it, who populated, and made it not, my friends, into the wild woolly West, but in many areas, such as Central California and Southern California, a verdant garden. These people were the slaves. They were the niggers of the Southwest. Now the Mexican American, after years and years of suffrage, after years of peonage, is beginning to realize that it has a place in this society. And whether this place will be given to us, whether we'll earn it or whether we'll take it, is not a doubt in anyone's mind. The Mexican American has been quiet, has been passive, has been gentle, only because he has been waiting the time when leaders would emerge. Not one leader, not a caudillo or a demagogue, but leaders. Leaders that can unite and rally their people. The mere fact that we have so many organizations here today does not mean that we're a fragmented, divided community. It means that there are Mexican Americans throughout the Southwest who are no longer ashamed to be called Mexicans. In fact, they are just falling apart with enthusiasm to show the world que somos chicanos, and we're proud of it. We are not a divided, fragmented community. We are united. And the mere fact that there are so many of you today from so many different organizations means that there is a federation of Mexican American people who are willing to work together, play together, maintain, build and create and build upon those traditions which were first brought forth here by our fathers, the original forefathers of the Southwest. We are going to work together, fight together, and if need be, die together to get our rights. The purpose of this symposium today is to show not only the community here in Westwood, at UCLA, the community in Southern California, but the community throughout our nation and throughout the world, that the Mexican American people are on the move. They are united. They are determined. And from here on, we are resolute that no longer will the chismes, the pleitos, the envidias, the petty jealousies continue to divide our community, but now we are united in a cause. We want to go from here today being able to stand together and shout, "Viva la causa, viva la raza, viva nuestra gente!" We do not go about saying we will do this and we will do that. But know that the Mexican American does not make idle threats. When he determines that he will take, work for, or get that which is coming to him, you will know without having to have the preliminaries told to you beforehand. The Mexican people are part of this community. They founded it. They gave the very names of the Southwest that it has today. The city of Los Angeles, the states of Colorado, California, Texas, Nevada, Arizona. This is our land. And we pledge on our lives, on our honor, that it will continue to be our land, and we will continue to be the forces that bring about its productivity, that bring about its establishment, and that will continue to grow with the Southwest. We are here to stay. Thank you very much. At this time, if I may, let me explain to you the format of our program for this morning and this afternoon. First off on our list of speakers will be Dr. Guzman, who we all know now to be the individual who has brought to academic light our problems, has in a sense finally documented that which we have known, that which we have lived, that which we have endured. Dr. Guzman will be our first speaker, followed by that very dynamic and wonderful, beloved Porky Gonzalez. And the gentleman who needs no introduction, El Tigre, Reyes Tijerina. And one of our more elder statesmen, Mr. Bert Corona, President of the Mexican American Political Association in California. Following our speakers this morning, and each one will be approximately 35 minutes in duration, perhaps more. It all depends how they get carried away. You know the raza, once we get turned on, we go. So anyway, upon the termination of our four speakers this morning and this afternoon, there will then be a 20-minute question and answer period, at which time you may direct questions from the floor. As you can see to the left and to the right, there are microphones to which you can step forward and ask any questions that you would care to address to our gentleman who will be standing before you. At the end of the 20-minute question and answer period, there will then be a social coffee hour, at which time you are all cordially invited. Bring your own pan de dulce. No, I'm just kidding. Which will be directly to the right or adjacent to this area. As you step out, there is the men's lounge around the staircase, and there are plenty of seats, and I hope there will be plenty of coffee for all of us so that we can sit together and converse and find out what's happening within our own groups. So you're more than cordially invited to this. At this time, I would like to present a gentleman that many of you may have not met, but I'm sure have read his publication, our publication, Mr. Elicer Risco from La Raza, El Barrio Publications here in Los Angeles. Risco?
There is a story going on in Texas. It's being spread all over that has a lot to do with the question that we're going to be dealing with here this afternoon. The president of Mexico has been to visit the LBJ ranch several times. They have had barbecue together. And there is a story that on one occasion President Johnson called Presidente Díaz Ordaz aside and was telling him in a worried way how concerned he was about the problems of the Mexican American in the Southwest, and asked him something about how to deal with the problems of the Mexican American. And Presidente Ordaz, in a very diplomatic way, said, well, we are Americans because we live in America, America from the North Pole to the South Pole. We're Mexicans for many reasons. So I guess that we're Mexican Americans, but I don't think, when you say how to deal with the problem of the Mexican American, I don't think that the Mexican American has that problem. That is your problem. LBJ's problem. This afternoon, the audience is more than fortunate because with the exception of Cesar Chavez, who was supposed to be here, but he's entangled in a day-to-day fight to keep out of jail and to keep the union alive, because there are some thousands of charges against the union for violating injunctions like picketing and shouting well in the fields and doing all kinds of things that legally you are not supposed to do. And he wasn't able to be here. But with the exception of Cesar Chavez, you are going to see and hear an exchange of views by some of the people who are more involved in the whole Mexican-American movement. Some of them you know, some of them maybe it's the first time you see them or hear them. Now the first one is going to be a professor of here at UCLA and also at Cal State. He has a long history of involvement since he came from Mexico when he was a small chicanito. And some of that involves organizing, some of it involves doing what I'm doing now, being the editor of a newspaper in the East Side. He advised me against doing it myself. I went ahead and did it. And also for the last few years he has been associated and his name has been well known throughout the nation for being one of the few people who are heavily involved in the task of bringing a new academic or intellectual analysis of the whole problem of the Mexican American in the Southwest. It's not the problem, but let's say he has been involved in the analysis of what is called in sociology the institutionality of the Mexican American in the U.S. Mexican American intellectuals and academics have pointed out that in the last 50 years, academics, either sociology or anthropology or psychology and so forth, haven't had a single new idea about the Mexican American. If you read any book written a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, academics, people with PhDs and 50 years of experience in doing research are spouting the same cliches, the same stereotypes, the same stale phrases that they were using 50 years ago. Fatalism, traditionalism, can't get together, hung up about authority, all kinds of cliches about the way that Mexican Americans are to or do behave. That before they go out they need chaperones, that, you know what I'm talking about. Well, this is what academics have been doing for the last 50 years. Now, all these people have been, through school. They get diplomas. They get appointments to teach in universities, colleges, and high schools. They keep collecting salaries for doing this. Maybe we ought to ask them, to return some of those salaries back sometime. But the thing is that for the last 50 years, they haven't had any new ideas. And here at UCLA, in the Mexican American Study Project, some of the analysis of the demographic facts about the Mexican American, the distribution of the population, the actual mobility, facts about immigration movements, facts about educational achievement, facts about housing, facts about health, and all of the other available data for information on building up a real comprehension of the Mexican American has been done. And some of them already have some impact in the movement. The first demonstrations by Mexican Americans against the war in Vietnam were sparked by the report that even though 10% of the population only in the Southwest was Mexican American, over 20% of the casualties in Vietnam from this area were Mexican Americans. Now, the report didn't go into analyzing the reasons why. It only hinted at them. But immediately some young Chicanos in several areas have begun saying, why? Why is it that in a place in which we are 50% of the population in a county, 90% of the draftees are Mexican American? Who gets the deferments? Somebody else. When somebody is assigned to hazardous duty, who gets assigned to it? When somebody gets promoted, who gets it? When somebody goes into officer training, who gets it? And so forth. Many people have begun asking questions about some of these facts and about many other facts, and all of this had to do with the work of Professor Guzman and many other people at the UCLA Mexican American Study Project. And he has all the qualifications to be recognized as one of the experts, plus the one that comes from experience, because as I said, he has been involved in the movement for years. So now, without much more to say about Professor Guzman, because what he has to say is more important than what I have to say about him, Professor Guzman.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I didn't recognize the person you were introducing. My talk today is partisan. I'd like to speak with you as a Mexican. And this afternoon, I understand that we will have an opportunity to ask questions of all of us that are on the panel. At that time, I would like to share with you the findings of a special report that a group of us did for David Cargill, the governor of New Mexico. And two of my research assistants, associates, were up in northern New Mexico at the time that the difficulties took place. And that I would be very delighted, very happy to share with you this afternoon, though. So for now, I'd like to read some other remarks that I have that as I said before, are perhaps a little more partisan. For years, Marxist analysts have claimed that bourgeois government was merely the iron fist of injustice encased in the velvet glove of liberal rhetoric. Modern middle-class America, in its reaction to the problems and the people of our current the current social revolution that faces our country, seems to be determined to prove that allegation. One of the interesting aspects of the unrest in this nation is the degree to which government has been a provocateur of that unrest. It is the same government that expends vast monies to suppress the violence it has engendered. Government, it seems, does not inform its left hand of the terrible, swift vengeance that it exacts with its right. A brief survey of the type of governmental interaction with the poor and the minorities quickly reveals yet another credibility gap, and that is that the poor cannot believe that government is impartial. In traditional American thought, a government has been regarded as an impartial referee among contending groups. Today, the poor wisely regarded as one of the contenders, and as a particularly vicious one at that. How can the people of northern New Mexico regard the U.S. Forest Service as an impartial benefactor when the actions of that service deprive them of traditional rights and privileges? Grazing rights and water privileges are small tangibles, but with them went the last vestiges of respect possessed by a people who considered themselves heirs to kings. Even dispossessed heirs to kings deserve explanations of their destiny. The people of northern New Mexico didn't even get that. The fact that the Forest Service acted by a desire to implement policies of conservation does not mitigate the manner in which they acted and continue to act. For most Americans, the Immigration and Naturalization Service is vaguely related to their ancestors, to Ellis Island, and to friends who travel abroad. For most Mexicans, the Immigration and Naturalization Service represents a midnight raid, an authoritarian knock on the door at odd hours, and a means for personal revenge. By the latter, I mean the service's policy of encouraging the disillusioned and misanthropic to become informers for them by betraying their neighbors. Thus, many Mexicans face a lifetime of proving their citizenship again and again and again. It is hard for Mexicans to appreciate the Anglo-Saxon axiom that you are innocent until proven guilty, since it so rarely applies to them. If every American had to prove his United States citizenship 300 or more miles from the border of Mexico, he would wonder less about the bitterness engendered by the practices of the Immigration and Naturalization Service in its relationship to Mexicans. Consider how willing middle-class America has been, in collusion with the Department of Labor and other federal agencies, to sustain southwestern affluence at the expense of the hopelessness of Mexican-American citizens and the desperation of foreign nationals. Few societies and few governments have had the nerve to preach peace while pursuing a policy of setting the hopeless against the desperate. Divide and exploit is no better than divide and conquer. If the Department of Labor lived up to its name, it could open new vistas of hope for the dispossessed. If it were neutral, it would at least not contribute to the dehumanization of the poor, but as an agent of the other side, it becomes an instigator of the violence that might consume us all. Can there be any doubt that the presence of agents from the Department of Justice frequently inflame situations? There are federal agents at this meeting, but then they are always conspicuous by their presence at meetings of any group that responds to the problems of the poor. But where was the Department of Justice when the families of the Alianza were incarcerated behind wire fences in northern New Mexico? Where were federal agents when the Texas Rangers employed their Gestapo-like tactics to break up the strike of the National Farm Workers Association? It is no comfort to recognize the Department of Justice as being neutral for the status quo. Nor is it any comfort to know that neither their presence nor their absence guarantees equal protection of the laws. Even with the best of intentions, federal agencies frequently become provocateurs, despite themselves, for there is no rage so deep or so profound as that is generated by promises of an unfulfilled expectations that are not met. The spectacle of Mexicans picketing the U.S. Civil Rights Commission points up this paradox. Commission staff members legitimately say, "Why picket us? We are your friends." And the Mexican poor legitimately reply, "If you can't do anything for us, why raise our hopes?" And of course, both are right. The Commission does have heart. It is a champion of the interests of the poor and of the minorities, but it is a champion without a sword. Traditional American political theory asserts that the lower the level of government, the more responsive it is to all the people. Nowhere has this theory been blasted so dramatically as in the relationship between state agencies and the poor. As a special case, Texas deserves a few words of its own. In Texas, there are only two crimes. One is to be poor, and the other is to be Mexican. To be both is to be lower than the cattle that feed in the plains.
This is a new race. Now you look at America, we're a class society too. Let's face it, goddammit. We got lower classes, we got the middle class that everybody's so proud of, and then we got the upper classes. If there's a middle class, there's somebody up there. And I've never been able to figure out why people are happy being middle class. That's right. I prefer having the whole hog, you know. I mean, I want to be upper class. I want everybody to be upper class. I don't want there to be any classes at all. So we're looking at these minority groups, you know. But the time for looking at the minority groups has stopped, man. It's coming to an end. We don't want studies. No. We turn it right around and look at the society now. It's been us all the time for so many years. What's wrong with the society? We're going to open up the closet, and all these things are going to flutter out. A lot of people are going to get alienated. A lot of people aren't going to like it. You're going to say, what, are these Chicanos, these raza going the black route too? I mean, for Christ's sake, you hate gabachos? The point is, no! We don't hate gabachos. Really? No. We're offering you an opportunity. We can say this with pride now, but there is an opportunity here. Every country in the world, you know, every other country in the world, to be educated means to be bilingual. In this country, it's a rotten shame, man. It's a disgrace. Go in there speaking two languages, you're a problem. You're a social problem, boy. You know? That's right, a subculture. You're culturally deprived if you've got two languages, you know? So what should Americans be like? Americans should speak about 7 tongues. Americans should be alive with juices running because they've got the combination of all these cultures in the world. They should develop some rhythm too. And they ought to learn how to eat chile, you know? They ought to learn how to eat jalapenos, little jalapenos, you know? Or big jalapenos, you know? That's right. That's what Americans should be. And everybody should be able to look at each other and say, well, Christ's sake, look at all of our different colors, you know, and all types of different costumes. Not this manufactured crap. That's right. Some guy made a fast buck off of this. He produced, you know, several million of these, and they're all sold. That's what you buy. That's all there is. You go in there, you know, so many types of dresses. Everything is institutionalized, automated, mechanized. Forget what a man is. Forget what a woman is. They're smooth underneath their clothes, you know? That's right. That's the thing we're fighting. That's what this thing is all about too, you know? We're all dissatisfied. God, what's wrong with the country, you know? It won't let us be human. And humans are humans. So we have nothing against the Anglos, you know. And nothing against the Italians, against the Poles, the French. They're great. They're great. You know, the way they are when they're French and when they're Italian and when they're Anglo. But when they become gabachos, man, you know. So that's what they have to look for, too. They got to look for it. All the whites, you know, the left SNCC, they're now looking back into the communities and wondering, where's America? Maybe they'll find it up in Appalachia. Maybe they'll find it country western music, you know. Maybe they'll find it there. I don't know. Man, we got ours, you know. You find yours.
Just very briefly on that question about the conflict between Mexicans, I think that this, more than anything else, illustrates what has happened to our people in American society when we have turned against each other across the Southwest. But the really sad one is what we have done or not done to the poor, the frustrated, the desperate who come from Mexico up here to pick up the bone that was described a little earlier. We have been in what in effect is a very real Cain and Abel situation for many years, and where, as I said in my talk earlier this morning, we have been pitted against each other. It is a source of real personal sadness to me, because I come from Mexico, and I went through this experience right here in our own institutions that is still happening today, by the way. Our youngsters in the grammar schools in East Los Angeles have some very choice terms for the youngsters who have just recently arrived from Mexico, such things as TJs, or, you know, it's a pejorative term. All of this is a sad kind of a relationship the minority groups have had in the United States, where they are conditioned after a time that to believe that they are indeed in certain categories. And you know, the saddest part of all, I think, is when you talk to our people in the East Side and to the poor barrios in San Antonio, to find many of our own, the less informed, echoing precisely these negative judgments and acknowledging them and accepting them as being the truth.
I'm going to intrude here. I'm going to make an answer to this that, you know, comes out very often. People say that, you know, the guy, the TJ, the guy from the other side, the wetback, take our jobs away. And that's the one that everybody, you know, that's the front question that everybody gives. You know, that's the facade. They don't want to be prejudiced against other Mexicans. So you say, well, they are taking our jobs away. They are pulling us down. The fact is that in the Southwest, every time that a new plant is open, electronics, aeronautics, you take it. Any job in which you are going to be making $5, $6, $7 an hour, they bring Anglos to take those jobs. There are 600 major corporations in the Southwest that have government contracts, defense, electronics, and all of those. And in those you find the highest degree of discrimination against Mexican Americans and blacks. Those ones. Now, when you go to the sweatshops, $1.25, $1.30, $1.40, that's where you find the wetbacks. Now, if those jobs weren't taken, you weren't going to take them anyhow, because you don't want to take them. But then, television, just, you know, LA Times last week or 2 weeks ago, about 50,000, you know, illegal aliens were deported back to Mexico. Find out where they were working. They weren't working in any of the jobs that you want to take. The one that's really taking your jobs away is the Anglo that comes from over there to take the good jobs over here. See, what the wetback is doing, and the wetback doesn't come here by accident. He comes here because he's brought here by contractors who are Anglo. And he comes here to keep the system going at a low rate of wages. The areas that are not unionized or that have company unions. But they tell us that, you know, that those wetbacks, those illegal aliens, are taking our jobs away. That if they didn't come, we would be better off. Well, if they didn't come, you know, there are many businesses that will have to close down because nobody else would take those jobs. Well, After this, there's going to be a coffee, something or another with cookies and maybe pan dulce, maybe not. At Kirchhoff Hall, I don't know where that is, but it's a graduate student lounge, and you are welcome to go. I guess it's across here. Now, we should have time for maybe one more question from this side.
My turn, I think. It's my turn.
Señor Tijerina,
It's my turn over here.
I think it was the other side first. Go ahead, take it over there.
Since,
Go ahead.
okay, I would like to
Go
find
ahead,
out more
yeah.
specific.
Bueno, quiero
Acá
dirigir
estoy
mi
en este
pregunta
lado,
al
por
señor
acá.
Tijerina.
Me toca a mí ahora.
Me toca al otro lado.
¿Le
Allá.
toca?
Sí, a mí me toca.
Okay.
Al lado izquierdo acá.
Okay, fine.
Si me lo permiten, les voy a pedir unas preguntas. Le podía preguntar en español, pero me refiero que hay varias personas aquí que ellas no entienden inglés, español, digamos.
Pobrecitos.
Y específicamente quiero que hablen en inglés porque esto es para el beneficio de ellos también. I would like to know, since we've been speaking about La Raza and so forth, and I would like to know about La Raza Unida and the Declaration of El Paso for the information of the people who have not been informed, as to have some political action as some more cohesive group, and perhaps individuals here who would like to have some orientation in regards to this. And briefly, maybe we can cover something about La Raza Unida. I have here in my possession a copy of this, la última conferencia of January 6, 1968, que es this summary of the findings from that discussion group. Perhaps I'm addressing to whoever would like to answer the question.
What was your question?
The question was that since we've been talking about La Raza and to unify, together, now there's something more specific as political action through La Raza Unida, and I would like for you, whoever would like to contribute, to describe the Declaration of El Paso and something
Right,
about
I would
this.
like to say something about the Declaration was taken from a Declaration of Rights that I wrote. I sat on that committee. But they did not put the specifics nor the demands, and that's what was important about the Declaration of Rights. The demands were specific in that we wanted changes and we demanded them, or else there would be repercussions. They were maybe a little too militant because the Raza Unida that started in El Paso was in some ways taken over by a California delegation that elected its own officers without any real democratic fashion, which may be all right also. But we felt that at that time in El Paso that there should have been a real definite reaction by the militants, and there should have been something really accomplished there, and not a meeting that was squashed by the press and wasn't related to the rest of the nation. And most of the Chicano news that takes place in any city is not related across to the UPI or the AP, because if this happens and we do start getting nationalistic, we'll start identifying with the problems of each other, and we'll start to really be organizing. I don't know in what area the La Raza Unida has been, the different meetings they have come up with some very militant ideas and movements, but I don't know what effect it would take politically, since it is composed of many different groups, many of them conservative, many of them liberal, many of them militant, many of them weak-kneed, many of them confused middle-class Mexican Americans who aren't sure. They know they're being had, they know that they're being used, they know the government people are giving them the same canned Heinz soup tape stuff that they hear every time, and the same old statements, you've got to help yourself, you've got to organize, you've got to be political. And again, they want us back into their democratic fold, and I feel that some of the Ford Foundation money is nothing but the stalking horse for LBJ. And I know that Reverend Klieg in Detroit turned down $100,000 for that very reason. If it can be used for a real organization, I think that La Raza Unida is sounds very fine and very militant, but we have to come out with positive action out of it, not just a bunch of bullshit.
Well,
You see what I mean is if we don't teach our people the real evaluation about what the war in Vietnam is, and if we brag about the heroes that we have in Vietnam and the kids that die, then we're bragging, we're glad they're dying. And I think that we've got to make positive positions. It's easy to say that we're united on paper only, but we have to start making a decision. If you're on a militant side, you're on a militant side. If you're conservative and you want to bang ears and kiss feet on the other side, then you're on that side. And the Malinches will have to go. And there's no other way. Either they join the militant move or they leave. We can no longer be guided and misguided by confused leaders who are trying to get themselves a government job or a government grant.
Add just a little bit to that. You know, one of the problems, like, you can go back, this picture of Mexican coming into the United States, los Estados Unidos, different food, different customs, different laws, automobiles, very impressive. And I think this is what happened to all of us, you know, in the phase of just living here and later being born here, marrying here, having kids here and all of that, you know, developing as an ethnic group. Or having just been here from the very beginning, but more Chicanos have migrated, of course. What happens, you're faced with a whole country, a whole nation, and the necessity of understanding how that nation functions, how it works. And I think Chicanos, for instance, have to know how Wall Street works without being suckered by Wall Street. They have to learn how the presidency works without being suckered by the presidency. How the essentially two-party system right now, Democrats, Republicans, they're all the same, work, how they make their little deals, how the money comes in and goes out, and not be suckered by that.
Yeah, there was, as a result of this, there was a subsequent...
Well, as I said before, you know, there will be time for that after, at the coffee hour. If you begin, you know, arguing back and forth from the floor, nobody will be able to ask any questions. So let's have one more question and then...
Comment on that one.
Can I add one thing? Some of the La Raza Unida people came into Denver, and the people they met with, and a very limited few, were the establishment boys. They met with the mayor's appointees. So there's nothing that will be done for, and these people couldn't draw 3 people in a phone booth. And this is why I question some of its movement. Political? For what party? Well, the EEOC, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, knew it 2 years ago when we walked out in Albuquerque. Maybe they should start burning humble oil down.
Can I comment on this? I'd just like to make about 4 points about why I think that convention of the La Raza Unida in San Antonio was very important. And I think this is what you're trying to bring out. I think that, in my view, is that this convention that took place in Texas was indeed very important. It was important because it follows in the tradition of the walkout in Albuquerque that a number of us participated in. But more specifically, it's important to me because it took place in Texas, in San Antonio. Number 2, the proceedings of that conference were in Spanish. Number 3, there were a lot of young people that were trying out their language skills for the first time in some instances. 4, because there were a lot of poor people from the lower Rio Grande Valley who at long last got enough courage, enough nerve to get up there and speak publicly about problems. 5, because they agreed on a number of issues, a number of things that they would do about specific problems for a change. and 6 because they were addressing themselves to one very, very serious problem the Mexicanos face in the Lower Rio Grande Valley, and that is that even when Mexicanos become active in the political system, and they manage to get themselves elected to the city council jobs and things like this, then as duly elected city councilmen, and when they take the floor of the council to speak about social issues and the problems of our people, their fellow councilmen throw them out of the city council, and this is a very serious violation, and that's what the people there were talking about. That's what the things they're going to be fighting for because of that conference.
Well, it's now 3:20, and I think that people need to relax a little bit. So right there across the hall is that lounge where you can have
That's the guy over there.
and
What-
pan those.
Señor.